mountain zebra, and they had fat bellies when we last saw them yesterday afternoon, but this morning we had lots of mist and they are sleeping nicely. They are indeed flat cats. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got my main man Mpo. Oh yes, indeed. So I know it's a little bit difficult. It's not the greatest sighting, but we're going to stick around a little bit and see if these guys get active. We never know what cheetah are going to get up to. And as I say, yesterday afternoon they did have themselves a reasonably decent meal. It wasn't huge. It was a little baby, and they flattened it within an hour. So shame for the little baby and for the mommy zebra. But wonderful for the cheetah, who are just going from strength to strength. It seems like that's the third baby mountain zebra that they've taken down and eaten. They've also eaten an adult bull kudu. They've eaten an adult female kudu. They've eaten an adult red hartebeest. They've eaten duiker. And I think they've probably eaten numbers, lots of scrub hare and spring hares during the night when we're not around. So whatever else they may have eaten as well. We did see them coming out of the reeds one day with massively fat bellies, and I think they might have gotten a warthog in there, and they have had one warthog that we've seen as well. So these guys are doing very, very well. So well that they don't really need to be hunting anytime soon. But as I say, we'll sit here with them for a while, and then we'll see if we can go and catch up with some of the other characters that we do have here on the Amakhala Game Reserve. I'm not quite sure where the elephant herd, the breeding herd, has moved, but we'll also see what we can find. So Thomas, is this your favorite boys? Well, they definitely are mine too. So I'm glad that you've jumped on board with us. And that's probably the most amount of movement that we've seen them do in the last couple of hours since we found them. So who knows? With cheetah, you never know when they're going to get active. If there's a little bit of yawning and rolling around, that's always a good indication that they might sit up and then stand up and then move off, and we will be able to follow them. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we're waiting for. But as I say, as alternatives, we'll maybe see if we can catch up with a breeding herd of elephants, or also see if we can maybe catch up with the lions and whatever else in between. Now, we had a very misty start to the morning, lots of clouds around, but I tell you what, let's have a look at the weather across all the different locations. So yeah, I think we're going to be overcast and patchy rain for the next week, or even 10 days, maybe even into 2 weeks. And there is some big rain, I think, coming around, what are we today, Monday? I think around Thursday, Friday, there is big rain forecast, but sometimes it's a little bit unpredictable here in the Eastern Cape. You can predict that, and it might start raining today, and then it's sunshine on Thursday. Regardless, we do have a big system in here, and for the next while it's going to be at least overcast with intermittent rain and some big rains in between as well. So we'll just stay out as much as we can. At least we're not getting sunburnt, but when the sun does poke through the clouds, it's very sharp, and it's almost like it's under a magnifying glass, because it's incredibly hot and it does lead to burning. So we've just been trying to cover up whenever it does poke through. And if the sun does come out, it will probably lead these three to have to go look for a bit of shade, which might be nice just to see them out in the open walking. At least a bit better than these flat cats. Well, that's the beauty of Escape to Nature. At least we get to spend more time in sightings with animals, and maybe we can see this progress a little bit further than just sleepy cats. We're looking at in the regions of about 6,000 spots, where they say on average each cheetah can have in the regions of 2,000 spots, but we can't really see too many of them from here in that long grass and quite far away from us as well. But anyway, it's still a privilege to be in the presence of cheetah. We don't often get to see them, especially in the different locations. It's quite fleeting encounters that they do have them in other spots, but we've got these guys almost every day. So Starbuck, I often get asked this as a guide, you often pick up you see animals in the distance. I've had it with the desert elephants on a recent safari in Namibia, where I spotted an elephant off in the distance. And then, spotting cheetah like this in the long grass or lions, etc. It's something that comes with experience of being in the bush for quite a number of, or a large amount of time. And what it is you're sort of driving along and you almost look for something that looks out of place. So, when you're staring and you're trying to look for cheetah, everything looks like cheetah, and the termite mounds, they have a similar color, but suddenly you see a little bit more of an off color to the termite mounds, and it's a lighter color, and then you might get a little bit of a movement. But in this case, I just saw it looked like a bit more of out of the ordinary color in the grass there. We did, I must admit, have some help from the ecological team. They were here first, but we knew they were in this area, and then immediately I noticed that there was an off color there. Now, I've had that with elephants, with lions, and an innumerable amount of animals, and that's exactly what you look for. You look for something that looks out of place, but it does take practice. And the more you're in the bush, the more your eyes become trained to the bush, and the more you can pick up those shapes that you're looking for. And there we've got a head up, which is the most amount of activity we've had in the last hour or so. So this is looking good. 2 heads up. You can just see the black color on the backs of their ears now, nice and clearly. So obviously if you're driving along and you see that's much easier to spot than them just being flat in the grass. And another thing was that the black wildebeest were alarm calling off in this direction. So we knew that these cheetah were in the area. We were sure of it because of the way that the behavior of the black wildebeest was. I was convinced that they were around, and surprise, surprise, that's exactly what was the case. Now I think they're looking up the hill because there is a black wildebeest doing a little bit of a dance up on top of the ridge, and I think he might know that those cheetah are there somewhere, but he can't quite work out where. I think he probably smells them, but he can't see them. I'm not sure if he can see them. Maybe he can, but he's looking in their direction, and he was jumping up and down on the hill there. So it was a big help from the other animals, the black wildebeest in particular, that kept us in the area and in the zone, because if it wasn't for them, we would have just moved on. And they were alarm calling. They're very typical black wildebeest alarm call. It's very strange. It's like a brrrr. Ashley, the other day when we saw them chase a kudu bull into the fence, he was a massive bull, and they didn't manage to take him down. But then after that, I don't know if they chased the ostriches or if the ostriches just ran away from them. It became very misty. And these guys have been going for pretty much anything that moves. But ostrich, I would say, would be quite difficult for them to take down. They'd have to jump on it. But I mean, jeepers, I would have thought that they would never have been able to take down a kudu bull. And I said that that's too big for them to take down. They're over-optimistic. And the next day, they took one down. And we found them on it in the morning. So, will they take down ostrich? I'd have to say I don't think so, but after that, I'd say anything's possible. Anything's possible with these three boys. Who knows? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see and keep following them like we've been doing. So, yeah, you might think, why are we sitting and waiting with cheetah that are just lying flat? Well, that's the reason why. At any moment, they could get up and walk and start hunting, and then if we've driven off, we've missed it. So, yeah, we also do want to see the other animals as well, but jeepers, these three are very special. Very, very special. So that's why I've spent lots of time with them. But feel free to tell me you're getting bored of them and you want me to move on. And if we have enough votes for that, I will do exactly that. But as I say, we'll spend some time and then maybe we'll go look for elephants and lions and everything else in between. The bonus of these three boys in their current position is that they're literally about 500 meters away from where we sleep, which is awesome. So you can also hear the wildebeest now calling up on the hill. They're quite far away, but very, very particular call. So let's just have a listen. Seems to have stopped now, but it's a very bird-like call. Not too dissimilar, I must say, from a cheetah's call. A cheetah's call is very bird-like. It's just a... I can't sort of hit the right tone, but the black wildebeest's call is like a... It's a funny, and there's like a little grunt in it as well. I can't quite get it right because it's a... making animal sounds. Yeah, it's like a baboon that does a bow. It's always got that recoil at the end. And so there is a little recoil on the black wildebeest, but it goes from a high pitch to a very sort of low pitch. Yeah, but you don't really hear the after the anyway. Most people don't know the sound that you get from black wildebeest. Yeah, and just because of the amount of moving around in different game reserves that I've worked on, I've heard it a lot. So it's normally quite unusual or a very different sound that most guides don't know about unless they've worked in these particular parts where black wildebeest are found, which is normally around the Gauteng area up on the Highveld or here in the Eastern Cape. All the other areas, they'll only have blue wildebeest unless they're on a sort of a reserve where they've introduced exotic animals, because anywhere other than Gauteng or Eastern Cape would be exotic if they had black wildebeest. Cat's gone flat again. Slowly warming up though, so there's a head up. I'm pretty sure at some stage we're going to get to see them get up and walk. They have drunk in the last, what was it, I think 2 days ago. Sometimes all these days just start molding into one. So Love Earth, okay, so you've given me the vote to stay put for the next little while. Yeah, and I can't get enough cheetah, even if they're flat in the grass. So if you're happy, I'm happy to stick with them for at least a while longer. And as I was saying, they drank about 2 days ago. They don't need to drink every day. In fact, they can go 4 or 5 days without drinking. They're not water dependent per se, as you might find from the other predators who need to drink just about every day. Leopards, lions, hyenas, etc. They need to drink lots of water, except for the ones that are more specially adapted to dry conditions, like in the parts of the Namib and the desert lions and hyenas that you get there. But generally, they need to drink every day. Not so the case with cheetah. And so they can spend extended periods of time away from the water holes. Speaking of water holes, I think it's time to send you on over to them.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy to be with you, albeit on the dam cams today. It's me, Trishala, and we're looking at the Juma cam this morning. And I'm really excited to be here. So I'm sitting at home in Cape Town, where it's very, very windy, very, very rainy. And I'm quite glad to be enjoying nature through the lenses, or through the, well, I guess, yeah, both lenses, Okokoyo and the Juma cam, with you. So, welcome on board, everyone. I see that Ralph, well, we started off with Ralph, who had some flat cheetahs, and I was listening to him, and he was so right how when you're out in the bush, all the days kind of melt into one. And I see that you voted that he stay there. I think that's a good plan. Like he says, I hope that they will get up and start moving. Here at the dam cam, not too much is happening so far. It's so wonderful to see Vuyatela Dam so full. There's been so much rain. It's starting to, I guess, peter down just a little bit. I'm also quite excited because I'm going to be in Juma not too long from now. I'll be there next month, which is going to be fantastic because I've missed my home reserve. It's been wonderful to spend time in Karika and in Amakala, but it's always nice to return home. Hi, Nancy F. You say good morning, Trishala. Good morning to you too. Now, I always expect, and it's probably not a nice thing to expect when I'm on the dam cams, that not too much will be happening, and I always hope that that will change, especially later on. Maybe there's some movement, hopefully some elephants coming down. But I am sitting in my study, and so there's a whole lot of books around, and I finally unpacked so many of my books, and I had such a wonderful memory. So many years ago, when a whole lot of us would be at the camp, the DRC, the Juma Research Camp. After dinner, we'd all kind of sit around, and there was this one book that has finally made it out of storage and is now next to me. And this one book we used to read from, kind of entertainment, and it was stories of some of the dangerous encounters people have had with animals. And I think that on the back of the fireside chat that you had, the storytelling fireside chat that you had recently, maybe it would be a good idea to have a look at some of those stories. And also, I think it's important because all the animals we see are so wonderful, and we get to see a really soft side of them, especially for those animals that are, have a bad reputation, like spotted hyenas. And I think all of us that spend time in nature and obviously watch Escape to Nature or watch the sunrise and sunset safaris, we all have a really strong appreciation and empathy for the animals. But it's also really important to remember that they're wild animals and that they're potentially dangerous. And I think when we remind ourselves of those things, it can help us to respect them or kind of just be reminded. Apart from that, some of the stories are really amazing. So if things continue to be a little bit quiet, we can definitely go through some of that. It was such a fun, really special memory. All of us kind of just huddling around the table and randomly reading a story. Oh, hi, Darcy Miller. You say that you're excited that I'll be back in Juma. I am too. I'll be there for almost a month, from the 12th of April until the 9th of May. So much must have changed, especially with the hyenas. So I'm looking forward to learning about all those cubs that we named. When was it? In June last year, and what they've been up to. I hope so. Nadine has just told me that we haven't been seeing the hyenas too often, especially the cubs. So hopefully they will come out. Things look very, very, very peaceful. It's good to see that there's still a lot of green grass. And what's wonderful about all the water that's come through, even though it can be a little bit destructive, particularly to us, really, but it's kind of secured water for for the whole of the dry season. Well, hopefully, but I think so. There was only one time, I think, in the last 4 years where the dams were completely dry, and I think this year, for the dry season, we're going to have some good water, which is going to be fantastic. I missed that comment, but it was about the beautiful landscape. Nadine will help me again. Ah, hi, boy, boy. You say a beautiful landscape in Juma, and a good morning to me. A good morning to you too. It really is a good morning. I guess it's an escape to nature for me too, because I'm looking out of the window and it just looks atrocious outside. I can barely see the mountain. It's all misty and covered up. In fact, talking about destruction and rain, this morning I found that my clothes horse had broken from the wind and the rain. Yes, I know what you're all thinking, Trishana. What was it doing outside? Set up. Well, I forgot to bring it inside. Poor choice. It is broken, unfortunately. I see quite a few trees here that have lost their bark. So around this area that we're looking at now, in fact, this is why I love Juma. I know these trees so well. So can you see the fallen over tree on the right? That tree has some of the most wonderful bracket fungi. And oftentimes, if Marcel or Alex will go down to check the dam cam setup, then I'd go with them and I'd go exploring. And so many of these broken down trees will have wonderful bracket fungi on them. And that's quite important. It's actually just an interesting thing to note because lots of trees that have fallen over will have bracket fungi on them. And that's because bracket fungi are saprotrophic, so they want to be on dead, dying, decaying organic matter. And a fallen down tree is perfect for that. Usually in this area, these are Senegalia. Bechemia. Oh, that would be black monkey thorn, or of course knob thorns. Usually on this kind of slope, that's what we see in this area. You can see little patches of quarries as well. And the grass is starting to yellow quite a bit to kind of dry up. Grasses need that. They're not evergreens. They can't constantly be available as vegetation to feed on, because their whole life cycle depends on the fact that they come up at certain times and then dry off. And well, while they don't die, the parts that we see need to die off.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, leopard lover. You say that you had a croc here, and you were all kind of sitting in anticipation, wondering what would happen. That's amazing. But I'm not sure if you remember, leopard lover, and I know that you've been watching for some time. But there was I can't remember when it was, but there was a croc that was caught on dam cam that was walking. I can't remember if it was walking to Vuyatela Dam or walking away from it, but it was out of the water. And it's something that we see very often, I guess, both when there is a lot of water and when there is very little water. Because what happens when there is a lot of water is it gives animals who are reaching maturity, who are water dependent, for example, crocs and hippos, it gives them the opportunity to move around and to find territories of their own without having to spend lots of time outside of the water, because they can kind of skip, go from one, for example, if someone's coming from Chitwa Dam down to Vuyatela Dam, they can make multiple stops along the way. So if they're coming from Chitwa, they come out of the dam, then they might stop at that little pan just at the end of Chitwa as you're going into Juma. And then go down, there's the Mawati, if that's nice and flowing, can get in there and then come out into other little pans. And that's just the pans that we know. But also when there's so much rain around, any little divot is going to be filled up and becomes a temporary pan. Kind of like little truck stops or croc stops, hippo stops. for them as they move. So that's a wonderful thing to note when there's a lot of water around, because it also makes me feel quite nice, because it's as if all these animals that are kind of just tolerating being in another dominant individual's space. For example, with hippos, there's only one dominant bull in a particular, usually a particular pan, unless this is in a river or a very, very large dam. There's usually only one beach master, so that's the dominant bull. Is that a hippo that I see there? Ah, hi Rolo. You say that Dewey was very vocal before drive today. I think that might have been him on that side. Hippo vocals are just amazing. Love it. So what I was saying before is that there is a single dominant bull for hippos and for many other animals, but we're talking about hippos, and he will tolerate other sub-adults and even other adult bulls as long as they are submissive towards him. So for those adult and sub-adult bulls that really want to either be looking for their own territory or should already have their own territory, it must be quite difficult to stay in the territory of another bull. But also, if you have no choice because there's no water anywhere else, then you will behave submissively and you will stay in that territory. But if you're there, it also means at that point this bull can become irritated with you and you could fight quite a bit. And then on top of that, you won't be able to mate. And mating is super important because that is the whole purpose of having territories, of maturing in the first place. Life is driven by, life is reproducing. And so if you're not able to reproduce, then you're just kind of waiting. And so when there's a lot of water around, it feels quite nice. It makes me feel like, oh, everyone is finding their space and they're expanding. That's why we'll see a lot of movement when there is water around. It's so interesting how this works, because at the same time, because there is so much water around, movement becomes unpredictable. So we can sit at a dam, whereas in the winter we would sit at a dam and pretty much be able to tell that we're going to see some animals, because this is one of 3 major water sources in a 12-kilometer radius. Someone's going to come down here. But if there's a lot of water around all the areas and in every little divot in the ground, then it becomes unpredictable, because animals can find water wherever they like. Gosh, the weather's gotten quite crazy for me outside here. I hope that you can't hear the wind. Oh, yes. Fantastic. Wow, this grass looks like it really needs some unselective feeders to come through and mow it down. Kenneth, that is a huge question. You would like to know, what about Djuma besides the hyenas do I miss? So much, Kenneth. I miss the fact that you have this whole team around, and that every morning we're kind of huddling in the kitchen. Everyone's making their coffee, and we're chatting, and we kind of get each other revved up for the morning or the afternoon. I mean, the morning is the best. That's the one I really miss. Going out in the morning and the team being together in that way, coming back and eating breakfast together. In a way, it is like a family. And that's something that I really, really miss. And the other reserves are absolutely beautiful, but you don't really get that sense of lots of people coming together and this with this aim, this mission to bring nature to lots of people across the world. I really miss that. But obviously, besides that, I really, really miss Tlalamba. I hope that I'll get to see her. I think I've only met Tortoise Pan twice before I left Juma. Tavangumi, spent a lot of time with him. It'd be nice to see Langa. I haven't seen Langa in quite a while. Last time that I saw her, she just because at the time when I was there, her territory wasn't really coming into Juma. Langa's territory was just kind of to the south, but she happened to be just at the southern border of Juma, and that was the last time I'd seen her. No, I lie. The last time I saw her was in Chitwa. So all of those animals, it would be really nice to see them. Sir 50. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. I'm so glad to have heard it this morning. You say hopefully some cats will show up on the cam. I mean, that would be the dream, right? And I've said this to you the last time that I was doing this as well, and I said that I want to be one of those people that are able to spot a leopard on the dam cam because I have still yet to do that. And I love the kind of excitement that builds up. The excitement of, oh, we saw a leopard on the dam cam. It went across the dam wall. It's gone into the western side of the dam wall, and everyone's kind of like, racing to find out who is it. Can't really tell. I love that excitement. Love it. I'm also really excited to learn more about what's happening with the Telematis, what's been happening with the Nkuhumas. I know there's been a whole lot of splits. Some of them we don't see anymore. So I just really want to get reacquainted with all of the individuals that are on Juma at the moment and reacquainted with the landscape as well. Anyway, let me send you over to good old Nick Boom Shakalaka in Karika to say good morning.
Okay, welcome to Kariga. I'm so glad that you could join us here this morning. My name is Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist for today. And what a nice way to start off our day here with a nice little herd of wildebeest, a few eland. Just remember, this is a live and interactive safari. So if you've got any questions, any comments, send them through. The more the merrier. And thank you to everybody who has donated so far and everybody who will continue to hopefully donate. It's really helpful in helping us to connect humanity and nature and bringing lovely scenes like this to you. And good to hear that Trishala's back in attack, back in the office there. Boom shakalaka Nick. I've heard that a few times. Apparently I say that quite often. If a few people have said that. I feel like it's just something that more rolls off the tongue than anything else. I just kind of say it. But no, we've started the day on the Scotia clearings here. So we're kind of just to the east of Scotia Dam. And I feel like all of these animals are taking an extended weekend, a long weekend. Morning Sharon, hope you're having a good Monday. that you've whacked back a wholesome and healthy breakfast, nutritious and delicious. And yeah, we've got another beautiful day here in Kariega. We'll wait and see what the bush holds for us. Yesterday we did have a cracker. And for those of you who weren't able to tune in with us for our Escape to Nature yesterday, we got very lucky with 2 male lions being successful in bringing down a zebra. Good day for us, not for the zebra. And we'll wait and see what the bush holds for us. I mean, like we talked about yesterday, being able to see actual live hunts like that, you know, it's rare. You've got to have a degree of luck with you. So I would say I put my money on the fact that we're more than likely not going to see another one of those today. But you never know. You never know what you're going to get in the bush. You'll never get 2 days that are the same. But I'm happy just to wait and see what comes our way. We do have some cooler conditions again today. It's not overly hot. And I think to start off the day, I'm going to stick around the Scotia clearings here and to see what the animals get up to. Spend a bit of time around the water holes, some of the mud wallows, with a few of our herbivore species. And maybe later on in the morning I'll push a little further west into the reserve and see if we can get lucky with maybe any rhinos or elephants, potentially even those lions. But to start off the day, our Scotia clearings are producing the goods. There's never a shortage of diversity of species around here. So nice to have kind of all of these different pockets of species around. You can see we've got obviously the wildebeest in the foreground, eland at the back, and then we've got both impala and inyala. So straight off the bat, we are winning at life here at Kariega today. I think Eastern Cape is producing the goods. Rolf has had the 3 amigos already, and we've got a whole shmishmorsham. That's my new word for the day. We were talking about boom shakalaka earlier. Shmishmorsham will be my new word for the day. A smattering of lots of different species. But you can see everybody's nice and restful, nice and peaceful. But if any of you have got any other favorite words, any other tongue twister words out there that are right up there at the top of your vocabulary list, apparently mine boom shakalaka shmishmorsham, you can send them in. Let us know what some of your favorite terms are. But there's not really a breath of wind at the moment, which is really nice. The past few days we have had pretty significant amounts of wind, so I'm really excited to see what different species of birds that we can get as well. We started the day off on the front foot, a little cover drive with a few different animal species here. It'll be nice to see what birds we can see as well, so I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for them. I have heard a few different species calling. I'm going to see if potentially we can't get any of them on camera. I'm always a fan of a Cape Longclaw. It's a species that I've never really seen too much. Remember, they've got that very orangey coloured throat. So it would be awesome if we could get some of those alive for you and bring them to you. There is a little bit of a thicket further on my right hand side between where I'm positioned and the river, and I can hear there are some fiscals down there, common fiscals. Old name would be fiscal shrike. I think the new name is a common fiscal. Obviously forever changing our bird names just to keep us on our toes. There's some purple, not purple-crested turacos, Knysna turacos calling as well. So I'm going to continue to keep my ear tuned in for different bird species. And I think in the meantime, let's take you across to Rolf and see how his cheetah are doing.
Well, our cheetah boys have started to become a little bit more active. One is sitting up now. There's been lots of rolling around and yawning, which is a definite sign that there may be a bit of activity underway. This is the start of it. They're sort of looking off into the distance. And well, we've also managed to get a little bit closer to them. So there's one of the very old, experienced guides here. Not that he's very old, it's just that he's very experienced here on this reserve. And he showed us a secret little road that we could get closer to them. So I'm very happy for that. And that's what we talk about, experience. Nice to have them and those guys with the experience around. And as we say that, it goes flat, but still lots of yawning, so that does mean that there's going to be more action in the next little while. So I think if we be patient and we wait, we should see these guys walking and going on a little stroll. So that's what we'll just wait and see. I'm still sort of halfway up this hill, like we're just down below them. There's lots of tail flicks. You can see two heads, and the third one is still flat. As you'll notice that yawning, that's always a good indication. And when they do sit up, then they might stand and stretch. Eric, yeah, you and me both. That's why I'm sticking with them for now, because it could lead to a very exciting morning. And that's the thing, if you roll the dice and you say, okay, let's go looking for the lions, as the day heats up, we know that the lions are going to get less and less active. They're probably just going to go and hunker down in the shade. So it's normally not great sightings with lions, and you know, as the day progresses, and you've got a much better opportunity with cheetah, and that's why I stick with them. As we especially head into the middle of the day, you've got a much better chance to see cheetah being active than lions in particular. And the elephants are still sort of hanging out in the thickets. Yesterday we had a wonderful encounter with them filing right past us with the little babies, but they've gone into a very thick area, and so not going to be great for us either to view them. So for the time being, this is probably the best sighting that we can get on high profile animals. Obviously we might see some plains game as well. Hopefully these three might get up and walk and take us past some plains game, so we'll have two in one. Grass nice and long, so it does also give them more cover. As you can see there, they're pretty much invisible in that grass. Unless you know they're there, you could drive past them very easily. And this morning we had lots of mist, so it was even more difficult. So the guys have just indicated that it's a lot better just a little bit further up the road. So we'll just see first if they get up and move. Otherwise we'll head up the road and get a better view up over there. A different spot just further up, but it's just a little bit more elevated, so we can see down on them, or at least straight across on them. Let's see, often you get moving, and then they get moving and you're in the wrong spot. So Emma, cheetah, when they do have cubs, they move their den sites very regularly, but they can den, you know, in a number of different places. They can go into a thicket. They can put their cubs in turbot mounds or aardvark burrows. So generally on this kind of reserve, those are the two real options that they'll have. Obviously these three won't be denning per se, they're being males, but when they were born, they would have been stashed in either of those, in a thicket, sometimes, in some rocks even, rocky outcrops, that can be a spot where they can be left. And then also those aardvark burrows are very well used and very important. I think more so than ever we need to understand how much aardvarks are the unsung heroes of the bush. Those burrows that they dig almost on a nightly basis form are utilized by so many other animals, from warthogs to hyenas, leopards, cheetah, lions. Reptiles use it, from monitor lizards to snakes, to birds, and here on this reserve we have the southern ant-eating chat that actually nests inside there. The South African shell ducks, they also nest inside those burrows. Blue swallows, they also nest inside. And that's one of the major den stashing spots of a lot of animals. You also see sometimes jackals, they'll utilize those as well. So lots and lots of animals use the aardvark burrows, and without them they wouldn't have those holes in the ground. They are expert diggers. And they say that two men with spades can't keep up with an aardvark, with the pace that it digs. It's incredible. There's some more rolling, the typical cheetah roll, flopping from one side to the other. Definite sign of more activity on the way. We see with wild dogs as well, when they start sneezing, that's an indication that things are going to hot up, activities on the way. With these guys, rolling, yawning, and then later sitting up and stretching, obviously indicating they're going to get on the move. jackals. It's one of my favorite calls in the bush. Calls of the jackal. It's quite late in the morning for them to be calling, but it's probably because it's pretty overcast and cool. It's not too hot. It's when they stay out a little bit later. And then, as I was speaking about, they'll go and head off and go into a burrow, like an aardvark hole that's been dug by one of them, and sleep up for the remainder of the day. Then come out later towards sunset. The cheetah, on the other hand, they can be active day and night. Lots more tail flicking there. So Amy, yes, we have seen the jackals and the cheetah interact, especially when they kill something. Then the jackals come and try and take some food and steal a little bit of a snack off of the cheetah, and then they'll chase the jackals away. And the jackals also need to be careful because the cheetah can kill them, but if there's enough jackals, they can even chase the cheetah off a kill. I've seen that, but not with 3 males like this. And now they've got a team. They can actually, one can carry on eating on the kill while another one goes and chases them off. But I've seen female cheetahs getting chased off a kill by 4 jackals. So it is possible for them to actually push a cheetah off a kill per se. But there'd have to be a few of them. One jackal wouldn't be able to chase one cheetah off of a kill. But yeah, it's all around the food mainly. And if there is meat available, then you have the scavengers coming in. And jackals do scavenge a lot, but they also are very good hunters themselves. But if a cheetah has made a kill and they can come in and steal some food, that's sometimes easier than going and killing your own food. So jackals aren't the only ones to do that. In fact, you get spotted hyenas, brown hyenas, lions, leopards. They all, if they get the chance or they see cheetah killing something, they'll run in and try and steal it from them. And most of them will actually get it right. They'll come in and just take it, because the cheetah aren't able to defend against those big predators. Only the likes of jackals they'll be able to chase off, but anything bigger, and they don't stand much of a chance. So we actually saw, we didn't witness it or see it, but I knew that with the signs around the red hartebeest kill that the cheetah had made, that a brown hyena had chased them off of it. So one brown hyena is able to chase off even 3 cheetah. And they need to be very careful because they don't want to have conflict or a fight. If they get any injuries, especially to their legs, that will make them not be able to hunt, then yeah, it's a very short life after that. If they can't hunt, they can't kill, they can't eat, and they'll die. So it's a very big risk to have conflict, especially with those bigger predators that have very big, strong jaws. And if they bite the cheetah anywhere, he's going to be in trouble. So they're purely built for speed, and they're not really able to defend against much else other than jackals. I heart cheetahs. I'm sure your cat is very interested in these boys. It's nice that you are watching with us and your cat's enjoying it as well. And if we get close enough to them, if they walk past us or anything, you might even hear them purr, because these are purring cats. They aren't able to roar like leopards and lions are, that they can. They've got a very different call to them, more a bird-like call, but they're also able to purr, which those other ones aren't. So maybe your cat feels that affinity to them. saying it's always interesting when you do hear them purr, because it's a lot louder than you might hear from your little kitty cat. You can hear them purring from, even from about 10 meters away. And it's lovely to discuss all sorts of different things about the animals that we're viewing. And speaking of that, I want to just chat about Quizmania, because it's time to register for Quizmania and in aid of Earth Month. So running on Saturdays and Sundays in April, Wild Earth is going to be hosting a Quizmania marathon. So do you think you have what it takes to be crowned the Quizmania champ of Wild Earth? Put yourselves to the test and enter your team of 2 or more at wildearth.tv/Quizmania. Jump on board and let's test your knowledge. The one on the left seems a little bit more lazy. I wonder if that's that smaller of the 3. Not quite sure. I can't make out from here. But the one on the left, very flat. Whereas the 2 on the right, a little bit more active. And the yawning continues. So we're going to just wait and see if these 3 go mobile. But I'll also try and get us a slightly better view. And I wonder what kind of view Nick has with his animals on Kariega.
Thanks, Rolf. Yeah, I managed to get our nice big herd of buffaloes here. So I've come to the mud wallow, kind of right out slap bang in the middle of the clearing. And humidity levels are definitely starting to increase a little bit, so maybe that is one of the reasons why these buffalo have come down here. And I feel like in terms of the consistency of the mud, this is just perfect for them. It's kind of not completely dry, but it's not too watery. It's really good for kind of lathering all of that mud on their skin. Let's see if we can zoom in and have a look at this one here. I mean, it looks absolutely perfect. Look at that. Look at all of that mud on its horn there. And it's interesting, it looks like most of the herd has actually kind of bypassed this little mud wallow. A lot of them are moving kind of to the right hand side of the frame. I feel like if I was a buffalo, this is definitely one of the spots where I would settle down, just really have a good time. With this rise in humidity that we've got, you'd kind of expect a lot of little midges and things like that to start flying around. And obviously covering themselves in mud like this is going to help to protect that skin from all of the little midges and things. Brenda, our buffalo here at Kariega, are all about that skincare routine. Yeah, nothing wrong with getting their little spa day going on a Monday. I think in terms of their skincare routine, they're going for their more rustic approach. They're putting all their, what do you call it? There's no diversification going on here. They're putting all their money on one little bucket here. It's all or nothing with the mud. If it doesn't work, they've got no backup plan. But at least they're trying to do something. It's going to be really interesting to see these little 2 calves at the back here, whether they actually get involved in this mud wallowing. I don't think they will. I think they're going to be quite tentative, probably just moving around the edge of this little mud wallow, kind of having a look at the adults, but it'll be interesting to see if they kind of do get stuck in the mud there. This little one that we can see on the right hand side is a small little thing. That's another quite late born buffalo. Remember, for the buffalo there isn't going to be a very sort of set breeding season, but there is a sort of a favoured season in terms of summer. Obviously there's a lot of good feeding and grass, good for the production of milk for the females. So this is generally the time of the year when we start to see all of the youngsters, or generally when we will see them. I feel like we're now actually starting to come out of summer, going into February. Hey, we've got a little one in the mud there. What a little legend. That's awesome. And it's got to be a little bit intimidating for a small one like that. Everybody's really moving around and about in that mud. It's quite sticky, it's a bit cloggy. All the other ones are quite big. That little one is a tiny little thing. But that'll be Mom just behind it there, watching God. Very peaceful amongst the buffalo today. It's not like everybody's rushed down to this mud wallow. There's only a portion of the herd that's come into it here. Haven't really seen too many of the bigger males getting involved yet. Jerry, 100%. Watching youngsters in and around mud or water or anything like that's always entertaining. I always enjoy little elephants sort of younger than 3 months when they're still learning to try and figure out how to use their trunk. How you see the rest of the adults having a sort of a good drink and slurping the water up with their trunk, and you see little baby elephants getting down on their front knees and drinking with their mouth. Look at this little baby buffalo, cute little thing. It's just all ears, and if you look carefully, there's tiny little horns there. Just like a small little dot, really. I mean, this little youngster's tiny. I wouldn't put it at over 3 weeks old. This is a small little thing. You can see there's one of our big bulls in the background. He's got some mud in him from yesterday. Good set of horns in him there. See this female tossing her head, trying to chase off some of those little midges and flies, so they're really starting to gather around and about. So it's been interesting to watch the movement of this herd of buffaloes this morning. They've almost moved in an arc-like movement. Started off close to Scotia Dam, moved sort of west, then turned south, and now they're kind of turning all the way back, and they might end up coming back towards Scotia Dam itself. There goes Mom. We should see the little calf following soon enough. And off that little youngster goes. Let's maybe stay with these ones that are having their mud wallow. Always entertaining to watch. That actually looks delightful. I can't believe these humidity levels that we've got, kind of just like in the last half hour. It's really gone through the roof. So this is definitely the spot to be for the buffalo. And yesterday we talked about that I was hoping to see warthogs mud wallowing. I haven't seen that yet. Yes, we did get to see some insane lion action yesterday. I feel like I'd really love to see some warthogs having a good little mud bath. You can see that one buffalo at the back's actually got a whole lot of grass on the top of its back there. It's going to a fancy dress party. It's just getting ready. But with all of these buffalo moving through this mud wallow like this, obviously you've seen a lot of them walking through it. They're going to be churning up that mud. And that combined with what I assume is going to be another hot day if these humidity levels are rising like this. This little mud wallow is not going to survive for all too much longer unless we do get some more rain. Little photobomb there. You know, I'd maybe say another day or two, and this is more than likely going to be dry. Nothing wrong with having 1 or 2 buffalo photobomb your shot. I guess this is the spot to be for them today. Yeah, so like I was saying, a lot of the herd has now moved sort of further north from where we are here. And it looks predominantly like a lot of females and youngsters that we've got in the actual mud wallow itself that are really enjoying life. Our slightly bigger, older buffalo bull, not this one, but another one, is still on the outskirts. And I'd kind of imagine that he might kind of wait until all of these females have finished having their mud bath, and then maybe he'll go and get stuck in after that and really just rest in the mud for a while. Obviously it's going to be nice and cool, but in terms of what he's just got dried mud on him for the moment, so I'd be surprised if he didn't get involved in this little mud wallow here. But I guess you never know. Every day is a school day. But it is really interesting how some days you look at all of the different individuals in the herd, and predominantly they're clean. They don't have lots of dried mud or anything like that on them. And obviously yesterday was a hot day, it was a warm day, so a lot of them have mud wallowed then, so we can see lots of kind of dried up pieces of mud and things like that on them. And it's just nice to spend time with this herd of buffalo. You know, they are so relaxed with me, with the vehicle here. It's just nice to see them going about their day-to-day life. You know, this is what they would be doing if we weren't watching them. And this is 100% what we want to happen. We want to witness natural behavior. You know, we want to have as little impact as possible. That one's scratching its cheek on the other one's leg there. Yo, look at this one's face. Look at all of that mud on its face. That's awesome. And obviously in terms of our photography, we can use all of this mud and things like that on their bodies and on their face to add to, you know, textural tones and things like that of our photo. So close in shots of maybe a portrait of the face with lots of mud on the face, or even something like an abstract shot of just like a horn with a whole clump of mud stuck onto the horn. You know, not really incorporating too much of the face or anything like that. So there's lots of different photographic opportunities and possibilities when spending a good amount of time like this with buffaloes. I'm going to stick around with him a bit longer and hopefully have a look and see if our big older bull does come down to this mud wallow. But I think in the meantime, let's take you across to Djuma with Trishala.
So wonderful to watch those buffalo wallowing like that. Now, I'm not sure if you know this about Nick, but he also has quite an interesting skincare routine that he follows. Maybe you should ask him about it. He is very dedicated to his skincare, much like those buffalo. And, when you're out in the bush and you spend so much time in the sun, just like these animals do, it's important to take care of of our skin as well. And it kind of sounds like I'm having a beauty discussion, but that's definitely not what it is. It's a discussion about actually how both us and animals have to face the same things out in the wild, and especially when we are, doing the sunrise safari and then doing escape to nature, then we're in the sun for a really, really long time, and it's important for us to especially wear lots of sunscreen for UV protection, which is the or one of the reasons that buffalo and elephants and warthog, pretty much any animal that can wallow, does wallow. Not only does it mean that you get to get a nice cool layer of mud on your body, but you're also protecting yourself from ultraviolet rays. But Nick's skincare routine is a little bit more complicated than that. You should definitely ask him about it. That was such a Nick response. He said to me, well, through Nadine, that even men are allowed to look lekker. Absolutely, Nick. We must take care of our skin. It is quite amazing though. When I came back from Karicha, and I was only there for 2 weeks, I was several shades darker. And when I think about it, it's just amazing that my skin has been producing this extra melanin to keep me extra safe from damaging UV rays. Sunscreen and a hat is a must. So, still, not too much has been happening here at the Juma Dam Cam, looking out onto Vuyatilla Dam and, of course, Vuyatilla Pan here. And I'm having a look at these, so you can see kind of interspersed between this grass are these other kind of herby plants. I'm not sure what those are, and I can't really have a closer look at them. It's not very clear, but you can see that they're starting to yellow as well. If you know what that is, maybe somebody during sunrise or sunset safari has had a closer look at them, please tell me, and then we can chat about it. I wouldn't be able to just like looking right now, I wouldn't be able to tell what it is, but if I had to guess a family, I'd say Malvaceae. So that's quite a shrubby looking family, also called the mallows. Just has the right look for it. But if you know, please do let me know. Interestingly, those plants grow outside camp as well, outside the Juma camp. And the plants that are in the sun have more of this yellowy tinge than the ones that grow under the shade of a tree, which tend to be greener for a lot longer. So I've often wondered if it is a response to temperature, light, maybe even the amount of nitrogen that they're getting, or if it is just a natural part of the development of that particular shrub. But anyway, if you know what species it is, please let me know. So I believe it's a lovely 28 degrees Celsius, 82 degrees Fahrenheit in Juma, and that's exactly what it looks like. So we are hoping that we might see some action with cats, but it might be just a little bit too warm for them to be moving about. But definitely some elephants coming down would be fantastic. Now, as I've been sitting here, I've been opening up my Dangerous Creatures Stories book. And I thought, since we had some buffaloes with Nick, maybe we can talk a little bit about those buffaloes. I mean, we all know that buffaloes are potentially dangerous. But interestingly, I was reading in this book that the majority of buffalo attacks that have happened in the last... Oh, there's a dragonfly. Hello, dragonfly. You would have had to be looking at the right place at the right time for that one. Sorry, I got excited. So the majority of attacks on humans by buffaloes in the last recent years, last 10 years or so, have mostly happened with buffaloes that have been kept on farms, in the sense that they are not, I mean, they can't really be domesticated, but hand raised. So a lot of areas will hand raise buffalo, especially if they're rescues and things like that. And the majority of those attacks that we've seen in recent years in South Africa have actually been by hand raised buffalo, which I think is quite interesting, because it's one of those things, taking care of and hand raising animals is a really it's a really caring thing to do, but it's also very risky. And I don't find it completely surprising that that has happened. Now, obviously, previously, when hunting big game was a huge deal, then the statistic would never existed, because people were going out into the bush and trying to hunt buffalo and probably wish that they didn't. Super powerful animals that can cause a lot of damage. But this is one of the things I love most about spending time in nature, a prolonged period, spending years with animals, is that you get to know both sides of, or every side of them in a way. Obviously, there's always a side we don't know, because we can't communicate with them in the way that they communicate with each other. But we get to see lots of different parts of a species. We get to see this part of them that takes care and protects their herd or their young. We get to see the part that's relaxed, mud wallowing, eating. We get to see the part that is defensive. We get to see when they are struggling and barely holding on to their lives. And we get to see when they triumph and they defend themselves, and when they can show real aggression in defense. And then also showing real aggression in asserting dominance. So there's all these wonderful sides that we get to experience of animals, and I really, really, really love that. And I think it's always worth the mention, because we sometimes we get involved in what we're seeing right now, and sometimes it's nice to kind of just observe, step away and observe and realize, wow, we are so lucky to be able to spend so much time with animals, that we get to see all these different sides.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer, and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild Earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
There are so many animals that we underestimate the intelligence of. We really, really do. For one, the only context we have for intelligence is our own. And to be quite honest, when I'm talking about intelligence, I'm not talking about common sense. I'm talking about cognitive abilities in the most basic way. Our functioning intelligence from that perspective is a really good baseline. It's a really good thing to compare other intelligence to, but it's not the only type of intelligence. It's still subjective. And I think that we underestimate a lot of the cognitive abilities of many, many, many other animals. So I'm going to keep on hoping that something fabulous comes down to the dam, and I'm going to send you over to Ralph, who's already got those fabulous spots.
Thanks, Trishala. Yeah, we are still with the three amigos. And if anybody's just joined us, hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. Not too far from where Nick is on Kariga, and Trishala, she's on the Dam Cams. Well, we're just enjoying these three boys, and we have been since the start of the show. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got my main man, Mpo. Yes, indeed. Now, back to our three boys who have been not too busy this morning, but we've just been sticking with them since the start of the show. And Trishala, she's been telling all sorts of stories while she's been navigating her way on the Dam Cams. And Nick at Kariga, he's not too far from us, just on over the hill, but a little bit closer to the coast. And he's been with some muddy buffalo. So a nice start to the morning, a lovely start to the show, and we're hoping with a little bit more of this roly-poly action from these three boys that they might get up and walk around soon. But we'll just have to wait and see. We're on Cheetah Stakeout, and that's it for now. We're not going to go anywhere because we've waited long enough. We're being very, very patient. And so we'll just have to wait and see if these guys decide to go on a little walkabout. So, Peter, cheetah don't have dew laps per se. They don't get that sort of hangy bit of flesh on the bottom of their neck. What they do have, though, in terms of dew, is dew claws. And they use that to help knock animals down when they're running up behind them in their ankle tap. But yeah, in terms of that thermoregulatory dew lap that you might find, sometimes you get it on leopards when they get nice and big. But you don't really see it, not that I know of or have seen on any cheetah per se. They are really built for speed, and I think that would sort of hamper them a little bit in that, keeping up and being able to be very fast as an animal. They are really sleek, they slimline, and I don't think that would fall in line with that. So no, I would say not at all. They're as thin as possible. You see them start to bulk out a little bit in the shoulders, as we're seeing one individual here in particular, the one brother without the collar on. He's really thickening out in the shoulder areas, and I think he's the one that's starting to take the lead in taking animals down. So that's not a dew lap, but quite a big growth in his formation. But it's all in the strength, conditioning, and so on that is required to bring down a big prey, especially what they've started to bring down in big bull kudu. So, yeah. It is warming up quite a bit now. There's still not too much wind, a little bit of a breeze coming in from the southeast. But it's still lovely, it's nice. These three just looking out over the plain. Can't see any animals that they could get eyes on, but sometimes you're quite surprised because they pick out an animal that you have not seen at all. And even while they're stalking, you still can't work out what they've spotted. And only when they start chasing and the animal jumps out of the grass or out of the thicket, and you realize what they were looking at all the time. They've got such good eyesight that just because you can't see something where they're looking doesn't mean there's nothing there. A couple of little Namekwa doves have just taken off next to us. White-browed scrub robins calling. At least all three of their heads are now up and they're nice and close together. The Ingwe Nkala, or the crying leopard. I like that name. It's also a word for cheetah. So Aaron, cheetah, yeah, they don't. It will be mainly when there's a female that comes into the area that they want to mate with that we'll see then who is the dominant male. For now, it's anybody's guess. I think it's probably going to be the one who's leading the hunts. And because it's such a tight coalition, wherever they move and they mark, all three of them mark. And sometimes they even mark over each other because the one's busy marking and the other one comes in to sniff and then he gets sprayed on. But yeah, there's not really a telltale sign of who's the boss or who's dominant between the three of them. And with cheetah that I've noticed in particular, as I say, you only really start to notice when it comes to mating rights. But it's generally the bigger and stronger of them. And then that will be the one that will sort of claim rights first, but it doesn't mean that the others won't mate with that female as well. They generally sort of do it a bit secretively, where one just moves off from the group, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them, which we've seen as well, and go off and mate with the female and then go back and rejoin with the group. So it seems like there is not so much of a dominance displays between male cheetah per se, but yeah, once that a female is presented or moves in, then it will just be the one that takes precedence, and the other two sort of back off. And as I say, in this particular instance, I think the one is starting to take the lead without the collar, a bit of bigger shoulders. When they first arrived, I believed that the one with the collar, who seemed to be slightly older than the other two, was the leader, and probably then would have been more dominant. But it seems like slowly but surely it's now becoming the other one without a collar, but slightly bigger of the three. So it's going to be interesting to see how this evolves and who then, if there is a female presented, who would actually be the dominant of the three when it becomes important for mating rights. But yeah, it's good if all three of them do mate with the female. It then allows all three of them to believe that it's their cubs when she does finally produce, and then also, that she could potentially have a very good mix of genes. So it's all under those kind of conditions. It's always different. But I think in this particular case, yeah, we're slowly starting to see who might be the leader of the coalition. But yeah, very close, marking everywhere as if they are one unit. one's up. Let's see if this results in a bit more movement. A bit of grass just getting in its way. Stretching, always a good sign. Nice big stretch there. So, and if you, the viewers, are watching and you're able to get any screenshots, screenshot that tail, because we need to get the differences between the three tails. That's how we'll identify between them. That one's got quite a thick bar, then a thinner one, and then a smaller one, if I saw that correctly. We'll see when the other two move. I'm hoping they might get into a bit of playtime. That's always fun to watch. And they can chase each other around. It's incredible. You might see
What
as
was
one
that?
moves off, then we'll call back to the other two in that very bird-like chirp, and then the other two will follow. So let's just see if that happens now. Oh, another one's up. Looks like stretching as well. It looks like they're starting to become active now, heading up the hill. Whether that's a sign of they might go hunting, or if they're just heading for shade, as it is getting a little bit warmer. It's not particularly hot, but regardless, there's at least a bit more action now. Bit more action, but the one at the top has just gone down flat again. Maybe just getting a bit of a better view. Kelly, you're very, very welcome, and it's nice to stick with them to see when they finally get mobile. This is what they've done now. It might only be brief, but it's also interesting to note as we're watching them as they walk, their bellies have reduced in size compared to last night after they had their meal. It goes to show once again how high a metabolism they have and how quickly they digest meat. I can sometimes do this, get up and walk a little bit, then go down, and then get up and walk and go down, and slowly but surely they're sort of still probably waking up, but it is a good sign that they're on the move. Holly H, the temperature right now is probably, I would say, about 22, 23 degrees. What do you reckon, Mpo?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you agree?
Yeah.
I'd say 22, 23, but it is rising. So it's increasing. We've just taken our jerseys off. So earlier it was probably just below 20 degrees. When we started out early this morning, it was probably around 15, 16 degrees. It was quite chilly. There was lots of mist and so on. That's when these guys were still sleeping. And so now, yeah, getting into those lower 20s, but rising. So they may think about going and getting in, where it's a little bit cooler at a stage. But I'm pretty sure the wind will pick up as well. And that'll cool things off too. As the temperature rises, then eventually the wind picks up. That's generally what we have every day. Towards the middle of the day, the wind then comes through, but it is quite a relief because it just takes the edge off that heat with a nice cool breeze. Boy, to answer your question, as the sun now starts coming out, so they might get even warmer. Looking at them, we're probably at about 80 meters, between 70 and 80 meters away. We were a bit closer, but now they've walked up the hill a bit further away from us. So I'd say it's probably in that area. So not very close. We've been very close to them many times, sometimes too close, where they want to jump on the bonnet or jump in the back of the vehicle, and we've had to try and evade that. And we've also had when they were playing with each other, and I had to start the vehicle because the one was being chased by the other two and looked like it was trying to get away from the other two and was going to use our bonnet to do so. And so I quickly had to stop them doing that. But we've had lots of walk-bys. They often purr when they're coming next to us. They've got no worries around humans, which is really fascinating. So while we watch one of my favorite animals to watch in the world, let's send you on over to one of my favorite waterholes in the world with Trishala.
Wow, Ralph is just getting all his favorites down today. Isn't that wonderful? Those cheetah look so amazing. I'm glad that they're up and about. Here at Okokoyo, we've got a whole lot of zebra. Oh, this is fantastic. And this is actually the tail end. There was a time when there were maybe 3 times this amount in the water. Some are still streaming through, some are leaving, as you can see. Oh, so great to see so many zebras together like this. Now, all animals are super cautious when it comes to water, even if it's the smallest little pan of water. But as soon as they test it out and they figure out that it is safe, then they relax nicely into it. But again, if there's a sudden movement or sound, they kind of all rush out in a panic. Even if somebody, trips on a rock in the pan, it causes a bit of a panic as well. I see lots of little foals. Not very, very little. Most of them would have been born towards the beginning of the wet season. Well, not really the beginning, but during the wet season. But much like many other large herbivores, there isn't a distinct breeding season. But having your young at a time when there's a lot of resources around and abundance of water and vegetation is always a good strategy, especially with zebras, because even though it takes a while for zebra calves to be weaned, zebra foals to be weaned, even upwards of a year, they do start eating vegetation quite soon. So it's important for there to be nice, nutritious grass around once they do begin to eat. Here we've got some more coming down. The Look at the confidence in which they're entering the water. They can see that there's other zebras around, which would indicate that it's probably quite safe, and they walk straight in. Now, the first zebras that approached this waterhole would have been very, very, very cautious. And that kind of put the gate mouse to walk in quite comfortably. Now to the right, bottom right there, where there's been quite a lot of movement, you can see that the sediment has been kicked up. So the water's going to be a little bit grainy there. But zebras don't really worry that much. Now elephants will try to avoid that kind of water that's got sediment floating around. It'll wait until that sediment settles before they start drinking. Zebras don't worry about it that much. It really is a dazzle when you look at them like this all together. And it's hard to figure out pick out the outline of one specific animal. And that's what zebras are relying on with this coloration, and particularly staying together in a herd. Because if they're all tightly packed, it's difficult to pick out the outline. And for almost every predator, and I mean predator from dragonflies and birds to lions and cheetahs, they're only going to really put foot, really, give it their all once they've zoned in on one specific individual. Otherwise, they're likely to face a failed hunt, because you're just scattering a herd without focusing on one individual. And so we can see this dazzling effect of them all together and how that could benefit them. Now, we were talking about some weird animal stories, and there was recently one in the news about a man in Ohio that almost had his arm bitten off by a zebra. Firstly, I understand that there are many reserves, or rather wildlife sanctuaries, that will keep zebras, even if they're not in Africa. That does make you wonder about the laws, because at the end of the day, it's the animal that gets killed for attacking a human, when it's the human that brings the animal to that spot. So it's very unfortunate. And zebras can really be very aggressive when they want to. I mean, that man almost had his arm torn off his body. And zebra is actually notorious for kind of being untamable in a way. I see some oryx coming down as well. Hopefully they'll meet the water soon. So there was actually a time, like in the 19th century, basically Victorian era time, when many people were trying to tame zebras. It was almost like a bit of a fad. And there's a famous picture of zebras pulling a carriage near Buckingham Palace. And it was, like I said, it was a fad. People were trying to tame zebras. And then also, during the colonial times, trying to tame zebras was also a big deal, because bringing horses, importing horses to African countries was a big expense. And on top of that, when horses were brought to the African countries, they were susceptible to tsetse flies. That's some abdomen stalks coming through now. And zebras are not susceptible to tsetse flies. Tsetse flies can still be around, but and in fact this speaks to also the benefits of the stripes. The contrasting color in the stripes is that the tsetse flies find it difficult to land onto zebra, and so then difficult to bite them. They can't just bite them from the air. And so many of the people that were coming into Africa during that 19th century decided to try and tame zebras. Didn't go very well. While they may have been able to tame zebras for a short period, very quickly that changed. But I think it's one of the really conclusive ways that we know that the stripes are beneficial, specifically in terms of tsetse fly. And tsetse fly can be fatal. It causes a whole lot of problems. And I mean, it, apart from coming in and causing the usual things like, fatigue and a fever, obviously, it can then move through the blood-brain barrier and then affect the brain of animals and humans. So making sure that I mean, the thing that you're using as a way to move around does not die like horses would with tsetse fly. It was really important for colonialists at the time. Madison, you say that zebras are such beautiful animals. Absolutely, and it's so wonderful to learn that the beauty from those contrasting stripes are so much more than just an aesthetic. Oh, it's all happening here at Okokoyo now. We've got the wildebeest in the water as well. The gemsbok have come down as well. Oh, stunning. So these are Southern African oryx, which we know as a gemsbok, or is also called a gemsbok. But it's not the only type of oryx. There's also an East African oryx, and then also an Arabian oryx. I can't remember if there was a fourth one or not, but definitely those three. Such stunning colors. I really, really love oryx. I think that there's not much that can look like them, Very much like zebra. Now look at that. Somebody moved quickly there and they got spooked. Nadine says that the oryx are the pretty boys of the antelope. They are very pretty. Oh, I've got some springbok coming through as well.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get quiz.
It feels like there was quite a bit of bustle, and now everything is just calming down a little bit. Now, Gemsbok and Springbok are very, very well adapted to arid environments, much more so than zebra are. They don't need to drink often. Sometimes, really, really not very often at all. I think there was a record of a Springbok. I mean, you'd have to really pay attention to the Springbok day in and day out. But there was a record of a Springbok who had not drank water its whole life. I know this sounds crazy. Another animal that's really well adapted is an eland. And apart from behavioral changes that they'll make to make sure that they get the best and most moisture out of what they're eating, there's also things that are, in terms of their anatomy, that helps them along, like very, very efficient kidneys. They're not getting rid of water just willy-nilly. They're conserving as much as possible. But any animal that is not water dependent will still drink when water is available. Because imagine that you're functioning at such a high level to make sure that you're conserving as much moisture as possible. By having water around, you're giving your body a little bit of a buffer. So almost just can relax things a little bit. Look at that, fewer individuals in the water now, and we've got to get out with a little bit extra bit of panic almost. Oh, that was so wonderful. Everyone's got a drink and a nice soak for their skin. Anyway, let me send you back over to Nick. He's going to give you a full update on his skincare routine as he's still with his buffaloes.
Thanks to Shala. My skincare routine, very similar to these buffaloes. Nothing but a bit of quality mud and one or two others. But no, these buffalo are absolutely piling into this small little mud wallow. Like I was saying earlier, the humidity is really going through the roof, and there is a lot of thunder going on here. You might actually hear some of it just now. Lots of sort of dark billowing clouds overhead here. And there's been one or two rather large sized drops of rain that have been falling. And there's our warthog that we were hoping for. He may not be mud wallowing at the moment. Maybe, I mean, of all of the animals, I feel like a warthog is probably going to be one of the fastest. But he's not quite fasty enough to be pushing and shoving amongst a whole horde of buffalo. I mean, I can't even count how many buffalo are in this little mud wallow. There's just little bits of horns poking out here. There must be at least 10 buffalo in here. Remember, there is this mud wallow, then there's another one sort of 30-40 meters to the right. We're here close to Scotia Dam. And everybody's really piling and trying to cool down. And it kind of feels like it wants to rain. You know, all of this humidity, the dark clouds that we've got here. There's not much wind at the moment, so I feel like it's going to be one of those cases of, you know, when you get like a little spot or two of rain and all of a sudden the heavens just open and it absolutely pours. I feel like that's one of the situations of what we're more than likely going to be dealing with here. But we'll wait and see. Hopefully not for the moment. And just remember that Wild Earth is bringing back our school drives. So for the first hour of our sunset drive, pretty much every Wednesday from the 29th, that'll be of March, for those of you that are not keeping an eye on the calendar. We will be starting our Wild Earth Kids drives. So if you're a teacher and you'd like to register your school for these drives, you can head onto the Wild Earth website under the, or it'll actually be at Wild Earth/kids if you want to head straight there and get straight to it. And then you can definitely register there and make it happen. So exciting stuff. You can see at the back there, it's actually a female warthog, a sow with her little piglets. You can see just on the right, there are some of those little piglets, pretty well camouflaged there. But shame, I don't see these buffalo going anywhere too fast. I mean, they've literally gone from one mud wallow to the next. So I don't really see them going anywhere too far. Our herd of wildebeest that we started our morning off with here, they've actually made their way down into the thickets closer to the river. So maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they're looking for a bit of cover. You look at all of your animals, I mean throughout the world, not just here at Kariega and even within South Africa. It's amazing how a lot of different species, they're able to almost sense when, you know, bad weather or a massive, you know, weather system, or whether it's hail or, you know, like a hurricane or whatever, whenever it's about to come. You look at, it's been pretty well documented with horses, even things like cattle and things like that in a lot of obviously more domesticated areas, not sort of the wild bush like where we are here. Everybody sees massive changes in their behavior. You know, you look at even the last sort of one of the last biggest sort of phenomenon that we've just had in the earthquakes that we had in sort of Turkey, Syria, those areas. There's footage of a whole heap of birds, of crows and things like that. They're all flocking to trees. There's just birds everywhere. It wasn't like here comes one bird, here comes another bird here. In one normal tree there was like 40 birds flying into one tree. Strange, bizarre behavior. But our buffalo are not showing us any strange and bizarre behavior, which is good. That's what we want. We want to keep bringing you these live scenes. But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point today we do get some rain, and a pretty strong and big deluge at that. I don't know if you could hear that there. That's a very low rumble of thunder again. I must say, I love storms. Some of the, like a massive storm. You know, lots of big amounts of thunder. I love big bolts of lightning. Hard torrential downpour. So storms might be one of my favorite things. But Grace, watching buffalo is one of your favorite things. Nothing wrong with that. Buffalo are definitely amazing to watch. There's always something going on with them. And they're comical things, you know, if you get their kind of attention and they look at you, they stop flicking their ears around and their ears face you, and they keep chewing, you know, they're ruminants, so they keep doing their thing, keep chewing the cud. I always have a good chuckle at that. One little youngster on the left hand side, taking it easy there. But no, it's really nice to spend a good amount of time with these buffalo here today. I think it's pretty clear and pretty obvious what their agenda is for the day. But I'm sure you can hear some of the Cape Longclaws calling in the background here. And I think let's take you across to Rolf, who maybe has a Cape Longclaw, or definitely other types of birds.
Well, we did, he's going down, this is jackal buzzard. He's just gone down, this is a ferocious hunter, and this one in particular. And I'm pretty sure he may have gone down to grab something on the ground there. I'm just having a look to see if we see him come up again. We might need to go forward, but I can't get all the way in there unless I go off-road, and then I'll get into trouble. So we might just have to wait and see. That's always the story with birding. As soon as you put them on the camera, they fly off. But I don't know if you were able to follow that, Mpo. That was quite difficult. Anyway, it looks like he's now gone out of view. Shame. We did see this particular individual. He took out a fork-tailed drongo the other day. So I'm just going to wait and see if he doesn't fly up with something. He definitely went down to hunt something down below us there in the grass, down into the little valley. Good question, Beverly. They're called jackal buzzards because they call very similarly to a jackal. So they make a har, har, har. And you can often think that a jackal is calling, but it's in fact a jackal buzzard. So sometimes you need to look in the air for when you think you might hear a jackal, but it in fact is a buzzard. And that one has now disappeared. I'm just trying to see if I can spot it with my binoculars, but I'm not really coming right. Shame. Always the case. We really struggle with these birds. They don't like to be on camera. Camera shy. Let's see if we can spot any other birds as we're about. We are next to a very old school that some of the guides that actually work here on the reserve were educated in when this was previously a farm. So this is one of those old buildings. So that's always the case. Now the bird's gone and we can't see much else. It's very quiet. The cheetah have gone into a thicket and they've gone to go and rest up in the shade. They were walking in slow motion like they do when they've got full bellies. They have their bellies have gone down a bit, but otherwise I think they're going to go and rest up for the better part of the day. So they're out of sight, just like this bird, this wonderful jackal buzzard that we only got a second on the camera with. And so now we're pretty much devoid of anything. This big blue gum tree that we do have in front of us is well frequented by guinea fowl. They all come and roost up here at night, as well as hardydars, which make a massive racket next to our house where we sleep. You can see there are some weavers' nests, but they're old ones. Looks like forest weaver nests, or the speckled weavers. Other than that, it's a little bit quiet. I can hear some chirps from sparrows, Cape sparrows, but I'm struggling to see any. Nice old dead blue gum tree that's there. So that jackal buzzard obviously uses this as a perching spot, and then it looks for prey down on the ground. And that bird has not returned, which means it's probably got something on the ground. I wonder if it caught a bird. It would then be busy plucking it right now and starting to feed. But we're not seeing it come up. Sometimes they do fly up with their prey, but it depends. Maybe it's still busy subduing it, crushing it with its talons. And they are known to hunt birds also with their featherless legs. They can also go for rodents such as snakes. Well, jackal buzzard gone, cheetah gone. We're going to have to go and look for some other animals in another part of the reserve, I think, shortly. But this Just hoping that this jackal buzzard shows himself again. When you go birding, it's a little bit like fishing. You need to have lots of patience. All right, I think we're going to get on the move again. I think that jackal buzzard has evaded us. Hopefully, whatever he went for, he got. But anyway, give us a chance to go and find something else, hopefully exciting. I wonder if there's anything exciting with Trishala.
Very exciting, as you can see. We have a collection of wires. I'm not exactly sure why we're looking at this. Maybe there was something that was moving around here. It's always cool to look at the branch or the tree that the dam cam is situated on, because there's a lot of animals that move around. There are tree agamas, there'd be mushrooms, snakes, so many things. Now you're just getting a tour of the area, plus squirrels, plenty of squirrels. Oh, that's that move made me feel like I wasn't sure if I was moving or if the camera was moving. Anyway, Ralph has talked to you about that jackal buzzard, and it's just so cool that I explained that to you, why it's called a jackal buzzard, because I had a very, very similar experience not too long, like just a couple days ago. There was a jackal buzzard sitting on my roof, and I was inside, obviously, so I couldn't see the jackal buzzard. And then I was sure I heard jackals. And then I kind of got confused, and I thought, nah, probably just been watching too much footage or something like that. And then it stopped. And then Alex sent me a message. He's like, look at this bird. It's on the roof. What is it? And I thought, okay. Like Ralph says, if you hear a jackal, sometimes you gotta look up as well. And in fact, most definitely was a jackal buzzard. It's remarkable how similar it sounds. I honestly thought I was hearing things. Oh, hi, Lenny. You say thanks very much for hosting today. My pleasure. My absolute pleasure. What do we have there in the back? Whew. For a moment I thought, could it be a lion? But then I saw the horns. Looks like a waterbuck. Oh. Oh no. Nadine's just told me that there's the cutest little waterbuck baby around in this area and almost got eaten by the crocodile. Dear me. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it's still around. Probably not going to be with Dad, though. It's probably going to be with Mum. Okay, it is around. Well, hopefully we will see it. Oh, it's so nice to see some waterbuck. At Amakhala and Akarika, there are waterbuck around. They're just not as abundant as they are in this area. So it's always kind of a sight for sore eyes to see the waterbucks around. You can see that he's still very alert. See the ears pointing in one direction. But I think that he's listening out for other waterbucks, not for danger. He's still very relaxed. He's chewing. He is scratching himself. Oh, and now you're looking straight into my soul. I'm sure that they can hear the whining of the actual camera when it moves. I mean, it's very soft, but for an animal with acute hearing, I think they can definitely tell that there's an unusual sound. What are you looking at? Some lovely trees all around you, a variety of combretums. Aha, there we go. It's one of his mates. Now, waterbuck do form bachelor herds. But again, just like many of the antelope, when it comes to there being a female in estrus, then the waterbuck will begin to follow her and then also try to keep her in his territory so that he can mate with her. But when it's not the case, then they can form loose bachelor herds. Sometimes they'll be completely by themselves. But the females and their offspring will always stay together until, of course, the offspring reach independence. At which time the males will begin, female offspring that is, begin to form bachelor herds of their own, or maybe they'll join other bachelor herds, and the females will stick around. I so love the trees in Djuma. Hi Kayla, you'd like to know if other antelopes go through something similar like rutting? There are other antelopes that will do a similar kind of thing. Like Blesbok go through a similar thing. In fact, Blesbok rut will start to begin quite soon. I think it's March, April. So there's a bit of an overlap between the Blesbok and the Impala rutting season. But then there's also animals that will do things called licking. So that's when there's this arena of antelope that will kind of all... How's the best way to explain this? An arena is a really good word because they all kind of show off their dominance in this big space, and then females will come through and kind of choose which males they want to mate with. But for a lot of antelope, there's not a specific breeding season, and it's more kind of this loose aggregation that will form, and then males will become particularly possessive, aggressive, and territorial only when there is a female in estrus. Because at the end of the day, it's all about competition, and particularly competition in terms of mating. Because you want to make sure that, one, you can mate, and two, that the individual that you're going to mate with is got the genes that are most successful, the one that is strongest, loudest, whatever it is that they're using as their sexual selection for that species. Anyway, let me send you back over to Ralph and see what's happening on that side.
So this is probably the most common leopard that you may find here on the Amakhala Game Reserve, but it is indeed a reptile, the leopard tortoise. And these are some of the largest on average that you get anywhere in South Africa. This is a decent sized individual, and they're called a leopard tortoise because of those leopard-like colorations that they have on their shell. We do know that the leopard tortoise is a member of the small five, a bit of a gimmicky little naming of that we say it's part of the small five, along with the rhino beetle, the red-billed buffalo weaver, the elephant shrew, as well as the little ant lions. And we mainly refer to the ant lion larvae in their conical pit traps. But the leopard tortoise, as we may see here, he went off the road to eat on some of the grass that's next to the road. So while our little guy just moves along here, probably into the bush, let's head you on all the way up into the other bush at Djuma.
Oh, I do love a leopard tortoise. Really do love a leopard tortoise. I'm glad that Ralph got to show that one to you. Over here, it's going to be a little bit difficult to spot them. You can see it's quite dense on that side. But Dewey did make an appearance. Just can't see him right now. Hopefully he'll pop back up quite soon. Now, we were talking about all these ways in which animals choose mates. And it's really, really so interesting. So that choice of mate, or the characteristics animals use to choose a mate, is called sexual selection. So, or rather, that's not totally correct. Sexual selection is the process by which a certain characteristic becomes more and more and more exaggerated because it is selected for by partners. So, for example, and this is just a very basic example, it didn't actually happen like this. This is just a very linear example. If a bird was brown and then it had 2 green feathers on the top of its head, and the other bird decided that, you know what, it really likes this. This looks good. Then, we've got some hardy-das. And then it starts to become something that, you know, then there's 4 green feathers, then there's 5, and the whole body becomes green. So it's very linear, not a real world example, but that's how it ends up happening. Are you a grey heron? It's a little bit difficult to see in this light. Hopefully it'll step out of that really shiny light. It looks like a grey heron. Isn't that nice? And we were just talking about sexual selection in birds. Mason, that's an interesting question. You'd like to know which animal has the longest courtship process. Whew. That is a really interesting question. I can't answer it. There are definitely many interesting ones, but I wouldn't be able to say which the longest is. I'm gonna think about it.
April 27th, Wild Earth will be celebrating a very special birthday. It's our sweet 16. We want to celebrate you, our viewers who have been with us every step of the way.
I just appreciate you so much.
Send in your birthday wishes so we can include you in the celebrations.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth!
Video yourself saying happy birthday to Wild Earth with a short note and share them with us on birthday@wildearth.
You can do some rolls and you can spread your feathers in a certain way, or you can thrash the ground with your horns. It shows I can do all those things and I'm strong, and I can also avoid being eaten. So the longer that goes on for, the greater the chance of you, being eaten. So it doesn't make sense to have a very drawn out courtship display. But again, still thinking about it. I like watching this end. I always hope that something will come down. Most often they will use that part. And that's because on the other side, to the left, is basically the camps. So animals are not going to move through the camps to get to the water. Usually they'll come from the top or from this side. But there's a lovely drainage line there. And in the heat of the day, many animals are going to try and seek shelter in that area. And so if they want to drink, they're going to come out from that spot. Hi, Dovetail. You'd like to know what other fish are in the water holes besides catfish? I mean, mostly, yeah, it's mostly catfish. I'm not sure what else would be in there. I mean, tilapia as well. I remember there being tilapia. Was it tilapia that people were catching in sort of the more rural sections outside of the reserve? I remember people catching fish, and I think it was tilapia. And considering that there's tilapia in those areas that are bordering the reserve, it's very likely there's going to be tilapia in the water in the reserve as well. But apart from tilapia and catfish, I'm not sure about any. It would be so good to kind of like do a bit of a dive or a snorkel in these dams and see what's actually going on, because we only get to see them from the outside. So it would be wonderful. Except, as a general rule, do not jump into water bodies in Africa. You may get a nasty surprise. Here come these two water bucks. Come on down. Oh, look at how impressive those horns look. Well, I wonder if they're going to have a bit of a fight for us. Nope. See, they get a little bit more nervous as they move closer to the water, but remember, water bucks, as the name suggests, are animals that really enjoy being near the water, but most importantly, they use the water as a bit of a sanctuary. I wouldn't say they're totally relaxed. But they're not very nervous either. Oh, you're coming right over to us. It's always really important to watch the behavior of antelope, because they give you so much information, so many clues about what goes on in the bush. So I'm going to keep an eye on them. I'm going to send you over to Ralph, who's found some very high eyes in the sky. Tall, rather.
Yes, indeed. A journey of giraffe. And they're walking through this thickets of sweet thorn and just feeding as they go. And it's just wonderful just to watch them feeding and listening to the red-billed oxpeckers that are flitting about and feeding on the giraffe that are feeding on the sweet thorn. It's rather humid here as well, and there is a bit of rain about. I don't think we'll get any anytime soon, but off in the distance I can see some clouds that have rain coming out of them. But it's rather warm here with that humidity added. It's quite nice, I enjoy it. We have seen a couple of the bulls within this bigger group of giraffe. And there's been quite a bit of fighting going on between them as well. So it's always interesting to watch. And while we're watching these guys feed through here, all feeding on the same type of bushes, it's rather thick, I just want to mention about user-generated content, because Wild Earth are looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings from our viewers to use across the different platforms, and in return you can earn money, win prizes, and even see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So any viewers can go to the website, the Wild Earth website, and click on Content Creator to find out more. Let's see it. What have you got? What have you experienced? What have you been able to get on camera? Have you been able to get jackal buzzards or any birds hunting better than we have? Send it in. We'd love to see it. Bokmakiri birds calling in the background. Little citrus swallowtail butterflies flitting through as well. A couple of wasps in the vehicle. And then we got at Impo. Crazy, it's quite still, and here in the Eastern Cape, when you don't have the wind, it can become rather muggy, as we say, or in Scotland they would say it's getting close, it's getting rather humid and warm. So this is the time for feeding, it seems, for the giraffe. They've got massive bodies to sustain, and they need to get in a lot of calories, being mega herbivores. And they feed on tiny little leaves, so they've got to feed during a lot or a big part of the day. Some red-faced mousebirds calling. Normally in groups, you won't generally see mousebirds on their own. They're always with their cousins. So when I say the cousins, I just mean like their bras, their family unit with the red-billed or red-faced mousebirds, cooperative breeders. So it's normally a family unit that move together, and there's one male and female that is, sort of go through the breeding process, but all of the other family members help with foraging, with nest building, with rearing of the young, and they forego their own passing of genetics through to the next line but they assist in making sure that the chicks of the sort of dominant or chosen male and female that their line is well looked after, and so have a better success rate. So that's one of the tactics or methods of a lot of different birds. There's mouse birds, the oxpeckers, the woodhoopoes, the helmet shrikes, and just try and think of a few more. Can you think of any more cooperative breeders? If you can, send them in. Have I missed any? I know I have. I'm just trying to think of any others, but you can remind me or send in others that you know of. So we've got a few different of the cooperative breeders. Well, we've got at least the oxpeckers that were here, but it seems like they flew off. Maybe they've gone for a drink. And then the red-faced mouse birds. Speckled mouse birds, also the same. And all the helmet shrikes, whether it's the retzes or the white-crested and the others, all of them cooperative breeders. So Isabella, that's an interesting question. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if, obviously it would in some way, because the hotter and drier it is, the more the plant would obviously be maintaining its hydration, and maybe the tannins would be more concentrated if it was hotter and drier. And if it was wetter and cooler, maybe it would be more diluted. The plant has got more moisture, and so the tannins potentially would be less concentrated. But it also then depends on predation, because they can increase the tannin rates within the leaves when they are being predated upon, such as now with these giraffe moving through. And so that's often, they do say, why giraffe don't feed for too long on one particular plant, and they move from plant to plant, because the plants go through what they call jasminating, not only when they're predated upon, but when there are plants being predated upon, the sort of utilization of hormones will stimulate the other plants in the vicinity to also increase the tannins in their leaves, making them less palatable. So yeah, not being a botanist, but just with the research that I've done, that's sort of how it makes sense to me with that kind of movement of giraffe. Otherwise, they'd sort of just stay on one plant and continue feeding on that. There's no point in moving around. They could just decimate one. Whereas as it slowly becomes less palatable, as there's more tannins moving through the plant and into the leaves, it doesn't taste as nice. So then they move on. Jasminating, that's a term that you can Google and check out. It's a very interesting concept of how plants communicate with each other. Must remember that when you only want to have a plant-based diet. Plants can talk. And the plants talk also very silently, but it's similar with the giraffes. They are not noisy characters at all. You don't often hear a single noise out of giraffe. I've heard them grunt and snort and sort of blow air. And when they hit each other, obviously, sometimes when they walk you can hear some clicks, but very silent animals. Don't really make any noises. We say that they're the gentle giants, and they are sort of scared of almost anything. But when you watch them fighting with each other, they are very aggressive, and they can do a lot of damage. So it's just generally for other species, but in amongst themselves, they can be rather pushy, shovey, necky, and they club each other with their heads. So it's they've got a bit of a split personality. And when you watch them at the water holes, the amount of time it takes them to actually get down and drink, and if a dove flies past and ruins that, and then they run off, and then the whole procedure starts all over again. Most noticeable when you watch them coming down at Okukuyu in Namibia, in Etosha, from way off in the distance. They can take hours zigzagging all the way down to the waterhole, finally getting there, and then the Namakwa sandgrouse flits off in front of them, and they get a fright and they run back to where they started, and the whole procedure starts all over again. So Elijah, who's 10 years old, giraffes, it's mainly down to body language. So, and if we have a look at the body language of that one that's straight ahead of us, but in the background, it looks like he wants to go for a scratch on that tree. As far as I know, there's no sort of subsonic noises or whatever that we don't hear from giraffes that's outside of our hearing ability. It's more that a giraffe just look at each other, and it's not that they're deaf, because they've got very good hearing, but they're only listening out for danger and for other animals. But they've got good eyesight and a nice point of view, very high, and they look at each other, and it's all down to the way that they move and the way that they confront each other. So it's less about talking and more about doing. Maybe lots of us should be more like giraffe, because we like to talk a lot, but sometimes we don't like to do very much about it. Isn't that correct? I think I'd like to be more like a giraffe in that sense. You get animals that make lots of noise, but they don't produce much action for it. But whereas giraffe don't say very much, but they do a lot. That's crazy. We're standing here with these massive animals, and we really hardly hear anything except the leaves being plucked off the branches.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
These giraffes have just been zigzagging, feeding as they go, not feeding off any particular plant for too long, and then constantly looking about, checking if there's any danger, and then moving along again. Listening out all the while. You see those very big ears with a white color on the back. Always listening out. Now that we've been watching these giraffes moving through the thickets feeding, I wonder if there's any of our very friendly but full of body language friends at Okukuyu.
No giraffe here at Okukuyu, but plenty else. Lots of springboks, lots of these Abdom storks, and we've got some zebra around still as well. I love seeing animals coexist like this. Antelope can get quite curious about birds, sometimes a little silly, which is wonderful to watch. It's very entertaining. We've got a springbok that's right in the middle of the water there. What's going on? Can't actually see if it's drinking very much. It's been standing there for some time. Looks like it is drinking. I can see a subtle movement in the jaw. It must be quite nice to have a bit of relief from the heat by submerging some of your body into the water. Hi Pooks, you'd like to know what these birds are? These birds that are flying around Okukuyu. These are the Abdom storks. So they're storks that we see quite often on this camp. Now, I've actually not seen them in real life, which is a shame. But they're often in these large flocks and they hang out here a lot. So they're Abdom's storks. They can look a little bit similar to black storks, but black storks have really red beaks and a bit of a glossy tinge to the feathers just on the underneath. But particularly they're heavily glossed during the breeding season. But these here, you can see that the beaks aren't bright orange, and neither are their legs. So these are Abdom storks. I'm really interested in the springbok that's just in the middle of the water there. It's not something that I would imagine it would want or it feels too comfortable doing for a long time, especially since there are not too many other animals in the water with it. Oh, there we go. Time to move off. I'm looking now at these springbok that are closest to us, that are around the Abdom storks. I'm having a bit of trouble moving this camera around, so hopefully, there we go. This is slightly wider view. Now we can clearly see these Abdom storks as well, taking advantage of being near the water and cleaning themselves thoroughly. This gemsbok looks like it's sneaking up on the springbok on the other side. It's so interesting when you see what almost looks like predatory behavior, but obviously they're not predatory, but the slow moving fixed stare is quite predatory. I had an interesting feeling yesterday when I saw a submarine in Cape Town just moving around, and I had this very kind of visceral reaction to it, as if I was being watched. And it's because it was displaying predatory behavior. There's no other way I can say it, and there's no other way for a submarine to be, right? But it was kind of lurking, moving slowly, just the top of it exposed. And that's something that we see in predators. Predators move slowly, most of it self-hidden, and only kind of this portion of themselves that where their senses are located, so the head, is what we can actually see. And that's also why it's really important when you're around non-predatory animals to not behave like a predator. So whether we're on bushwalk or we're in the vehicle, you don't want to behave like a predator. On bushwalk, you definitely want to stay hidden so that the animals don't see you, but you don't want to move towards them in a way that an animal that is stalking them would. And just like with elephants, you wouldn't want to be very quiet and kind of a little bit hidden, because that's the type of behavior a predator would display towards them. So you'd want to be in a space where they can see you and you're clearly not being hidden, you're not trying to hide, and you're not trying to be too quiet. So nice, low, soft tones, and that allows the animal to make a judgment about you instead of being kind of hidden, kind of a little bit, stalkerish. We don't want that. Certainly this gemsbok is not a predator. It just looked a little skulky at that time. Oh, see, we've got another... Oh, is it the same springbok that's back in the middle? Looks like it's a different one. This waterhole is just a hub of activity. Oops. I zoomed in instead of zooming out. Please do excuse. Joyce, hi Joyce. You would like to know one of the most unexpected I've seen while out on drive. There's been so many. I'll tell you one that was quite recent. So it was at Kariga, and this sacred ibis. So it's pretty much a scene like this, but imagine these all sacred ibises instead of Abdon storks. And there were some terrapins basking on some rocks close by, and this ibis just tried to attack this terrapin, which is not something you'd usually expect. And also, this was a big terrapin. This was not a little one that it could manage to swallow down. So that was quite unexpected. That was recent. I once saw an elephant bull that was particularly excited. And I don't know if he could smell a female around or whether he was just feeling extra macho, but everything was hanging out. And he then proceeded to climb on top of a termite mound and take care of himself, which was obviously unexpected. And then he was done and moved off. I mean, I'm not sure how much better I could describe what had happened without being a little crass. So, yeah, that was very unexpected. There've been a couple of incidents like that, especially with baboons. That happens quite a bit. But that was the first time I'd ever seen an elephant do that. And I must add that he looked very happy about it. Trunk was going round and round, mouth was open, looked happy. But Joyce said, there's so many unexpected things that happen. And I always feel like there's tons of them, and then when somebody asks you, you go blank. Well, from just a nice unexpected, like a very pleasant surprise, there's been a couple times I found cheetah on Djuma, which is always a beautiful surprise. And a couple of times finding ostriches as well. That young springbuck just ran through all of those abdomen stalks, gave them a bit of a fright. Gosh, I'm just thinking, what other unexpected things I've seen. I feel like there's so many. I'm sure you guys have seen the vervet monkey at Amakala that doesn't have arms. That was an unexpected sight. Especially how he moves. BK gave him a name, but I forgot what it is. But that was very unexpected to see. I mean, some other unexpected things. For example, a time I saw Tingana with a python kill. It's not something you see every day, but it's also not very unusual. But when I had seen it, I had just started guiding, so that for me was very, very exciting. And I guess the most unexpected thing that's ever happened was the time the impala ran into the front of my vehicle. Stationary vehicle, that is. That was very, very unexpected, and it got... Well, I mean, it was in Paul with me. We both got quite a fright. Poor thing broke its neck on the front of the vehicle. Well, everyone looks very peaceful. Drinks are being had. Feathers are being cleaned. I'm sure that these antelope will also do a bit of grooming. When the waterhole is a safe place and when it's been established to be safe, there's many animals around, there's lots of animals in the water, that would be an indication that it's a safe space. When they have that, then it's a really nice spot to chill out in, and that's when animals will do a lot of things just kind of for maintenance. So whether it's grooming, drinking, making sure that there's no pests on them, cleaning, all those kinds of things happen in the waterhole. Sometimes they may even look for a little snack. I saw some of these abdon stalks looking towards the ground and pecking towards the ground. Maybe there's some insects around. They really enjoy insects, but also small vertebrates. Very peaceful. Oh, you're absolutely right, Fiona. Fiona says it's nice to see them not on as high alert as usual. It is really nice, and often we don't get so like a huge congregation of animals coming to a single waterhole like we do here in Okakoyo. We don't get that too much in the other reserves that we visit. And when there's a large congregation, it means more safety. So you're absolutely right. It's so nice to see everyone a little bit chilled out. What's also particularly nice about this waterhole is that you can see for quite some distance around the waterhole, and there's very little cover nearby. So if a predator does come along, you have a good chance of seeing it. Or because of the abundance of animals, there's a good chance someone else will see it and will alert you to its presence. I love seeing these kind of lines. Yeah, it's almost like a line of traffic coming to and leaving the waterhole. Now let's just look to the right there. Hopefully I can move the cam. There's some Abdom storks there that are stretching out their wings. They've just got them wet. Now they're hanging them out to dry before they move off. Or before they can move off. Nobody wants to sit with wet feathers. It's better to let them dry so that if they want to move off, they can do so quite quickly. Remember that wet feathers just adds more weight, and the more weight that a bird has, the greater lift it's got to create to get up into the air. Oh, it's so busy. I love this. Now, with birds that have mostly white feathers, for example, the sacred ibises that we see so much of in Kariga, when they stretch out like that, you can really see the anatomy of the wing if the sun is behind them. And it's a little bit creepy because it feels like you can see the inside of their body, but it's also a great insight into that anatomy. Especially since essentially it's very similar to our own arm. There's humerus, radius, and ulna, all those metacarpals, it's your finger bones, phalanges, those kinds of things, but they're just positioned in a different way. Just to make sure that it can use those things to flap wings and not like we do, to grasp. It's so cool to see. Like I said, a little bit creepy, but very cool. I was actually trying to show it to you when I was there last, but you know, these things are so fleeting. It's got to be the right light to the right angle. Oftentimes it's just too late, but hopefully you will get to see that. We're not going to see that kind of thing here because these birds have black feathers, so the light is not going to be able to move through it in the same way as it does with the white feathers. Oh, more zebra coming down. Oh, this is great. Oh, I'm so glad. It feels like I have control over this cam again. Oh, a little bit shaky. Do forgive it if you win, then just give us a little bit of a wider view. Hopefully that will not be as shaky. Ah, still a little shaky. But I think that's going to have to do for now. so comfortable. Now, zebras will drink readily. Their diet is, it's grass. So animals that eat grass, not even primarily, but where their diet consists of basically only grass, like zebras, grazers, they need to drink a good amount of water to be able to digest all of that grass, because it is really rough. And while there is moisture in the grass, especially if they're feeding early in the morning and there's dew that's fallen onto the grass, and there is moisture in it, but even still, depending on when they're feeding, and remember they're constantly feeding, it's going to be dry and tough. So they need some water to help that process. And zebra are hindgut fermenters, so they don't have a four-chambered stomach like ruminants do, so they don't have cud that they chew, but they still have microbes that help them to digest cellulose, because they have to have that. There is only one animal that I know of that can digest cellulose without the help of bacteria, and that is a stick insect. I know, what a strange one. But cellulose and lignin, those are the very hardy materials in vegetation. We can't digest that. Herbivores can't digest that on their own. So they have to employ bacteria to do that for them. And for zebras, they do that after the stomach, not before the stomach, like a ruminant does. So the rumen that houses all that bacteria is right at the start of the digestive system. Well, I mean, after the mouth. And so that process of fermenting and breaking down cellulose and lignin happens right at the beginning. And then it goes through the rest of the digestive system. But for hindgut fermenters, that happens after the stomach and before the intestines. And can you imagine that every single animal besides stick insects have to do that? And maybe it might be all phasmids, so those are like stick insects and leaf insects, so those animals that, or those insects that mimic sticks and leaves, as you may have gotten on. It's amazing that there's so many animals that are dependent on vegetation when it is such a difficult thing to digest. But it's also very, very abundant. And really, stick insects are only able to digest cellulose on their own without the help of bacteria, because they have, in fact, absorbed the genes related to the breaking down of cellulose from bacteria at some point in their evolutionary history and incorporated those genes into their own genome. How amazing is that? So those genes that break down cellulose for stick insects are not their original genes. Those are genes that they have hijacked, in a way, from bacteria that they once had in their system sometime during their evolution. Being a hindgut fermenter, like these zebras, means that they're often quite gassy, because all of that, so obviously flatulence is not coming from your stomach, it's coming from your intestinal area, so the end of the digestive tract. But now that's also it's after the stomach that all this microbial digestion is happening, so they build up a lot of gas, and gosh, you can hear them farting in every single zebra sighting. You can hear it, especially if they get spooked and they start running or they bump into each other. They spook themselves, they spook foals. It can be quite intense, but it's all a natural part of their digestive system. because bacteria, when they're breaking down anything, is producing a lot of gas. So you're almost never going to see a zebra that looks malnutritioned, that looks very skinny around the middle, because even if they are starving, there is still gas being produced by that bacteria in its gut, or its hind gut. So it's very difficult to see if a zebra is unwell just visually. But the most important thing to look for is a nice erect mane. As soon as it starts to be floppy, then you know that something's not right with this zebra. And its mane can be very floppy, but that stomach will still be nice and round, looking as if it's well fed. But that's just gas from the bacteria. Ooh, that's quite a question, Jeremy. You'd like to know if zebras are good climbers? No, they're not really good climbers. I can't say I've ever seen a zebra. When I say... So there are different types of zebras. These are the common zebra, plain zebra, or Burchell zebra. And they're not really good climbers. I've never seen them on anything else besides the ground. And even mountain zebras. Mountain zebras, though they can move on mountains, and they're seen in mountainous areas, they're still not climbing rock faces. They do need a solid footing. They're definitely not like mountain goats. Or klipspringers, for that matter. They can easily move about on a rock very, very well, and quite steep rock faces at that. But zebras, I have not seen them move on anything except ground. Nothing precarious. But, you know, there's always going to be an example of it happening, and I'd love to know about if anyone's seen zebras climbing anything. I don't mean like, you know, up a hill or up a mountain. I mean climbing something. That would be cool. Or even seen them maybe walking on a log, a fallen over log or something like that, because climbing is quite a multifaceted process. It's not just about having rope. It's about having a good sense of balance and stability, flexibility, all those things too. And strength in the right places, strength in the legs, to be able to carry the weight of the body as it moves through rough terrain. I'd like to know if Ralph's ever seen a zebra climb something, even up a steep rock face. I'm sure they'd be able to pull themselves up with the front legs and then kick up the back, or kick in the back legs rather, to meet them. But I don't think it will last very long. I mean, these animals are 320 kgs or so it's going to take a lot of strength in the right places for them to be able to make a significant amount of movement climbing up something. Oh, Morgan, our director, said that it looks like a mission for them to climb over the rocks at Okokoyo. Yeah, I would say that it is a mission because there's constantly rocks scattered all over the place. You can see there in the background, lots and lots of rocks around. But still, they're still on flat ground. So the hooves will obviously provide quite a lot of grip. Because remember that hooves are just keratin, and they're very rough. So it'll provide a good amount of non-slip grip. But when it comes to climbing, as in, tackling angles, I'm not sure they do too well. Now thinking about their hind gut and them climbing and the ridiculous amount of flatulence that they release, it's just feels like a recipe for disaster if a herd decide that they want to climb a mountain face and then there's just too much pressure and all of a sudden there's this scary sound emanating from the backside of one zebra and then everybody gets spooked and rolls down the hill. It just it sounds like a recipe for disaster, most definitely. Oh, everyone's kind of moving off now. Abdom storks are still around, and the springbok. I wonder who else will come down. Hopefully some elephants. That would be lovely.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth really matters.
There's quite a lot of vegetation at the back there, and I've never been to Okokoyo, I've never been to Etosha, but it would be a safe assumption that the soil where those trees are growing there at the back is different to what we're seeing here near the waterhole. So quite close to us at the waterhole, you can see it's a lot more sandy and soily, so that's going to be conducive to plant growth. But where the rocky bits are, that's a little bit more rocky, as I just suggested. So it really needs to break down before any plant growth can happen. But remember, there's nothing wrong with there not being plant growth, because there are different biomes, different types of environments for a reason. They host different types of animals and also drive different adaptations in animals. So it's important to have that variety. And this is something that constantly changes. If all of a sudden this area starts getting huge amounts of rain, all that rock is going to start to erode. You're going to get a lot more soil there. A lot more soil, then all those seeds that are kind of in the atmosphere, maybe even spores, will start to fall in this area. And where right now, if they fell in this area, there's not really much for them to put down roots in. If there's a whole lot of erosion and water, then there would be. And then that fight between the arid landscape, the savanna, the forest, the grasslands, that'll all start to come into play. And environmental conditions are very, very important because it's what creates opportunities for vegetation of all different types, and the different vegetation creates opportunities for animals, while vegetation along with those other environmental factors. Even these little patches to the left and the small one to the right, things are going to be a little bit different in those areas. There's more shade, and the fact that there's a slight density of vegetation might even mean that there's a little bit more moisture there than there is in the open areas where they'll be evaporated really easily. So I wonder what the soil is there. Probably not too different, but different enough that it has hosted these trees. Anyway, let me send you back over to Nick. He's got some giraffe.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. Got ourselves a lovely journey of giraffe. Well, actually it's just one individual in this frame, but there are a few different individuals around and about. Okay, so from Scotia Dam I've come quite a bit further north from where we were initially with our herd of buffaloes and a few of our other plains game there. So I was talking about earlier possibly heading further west into the reserve, but I thought, let's change it up, why not? If not, why not? So I've come a little bit further north and got a lovely group here. And kind of scattered all around me here, there's lots of these acacia species, plant species, remember, with a lot of the thorns and things like that on them. And that is the reason why these giraffe are here. You can see there, look at all of that. I mean, if those are not the gnarliest thorns you've ever seen, I don't know what thorns you have been seeing. But that is the reason of why these giraffe are here. Plenty of these little acacias around and about. I must say I haven't taken a good look at them, but we should be finding a lot of sweet thorn here, possibly even scented podthorn acacias. So remember, in terms of the nutrient content of a lot of the trees and the leaves and things like that, as a general rule of thumb, your acacias are very nutrient rich type of leaves for the giraffes to be feeding on. You also do get some of the small little seed pods and things like that. I can't see any on this specific one, but they will also eat those seed pods. And these are also nice sweet tasting leaves for the giraffe to be feeding on. Obviously the thorns are going to be the defense of the tree. You look at other types of trees and shrubs like your guari trees, your euglaias. Those are defended by tannins, making the leaf taste bitter. Nutritional content also not as good as what these acacias are. So this is the cream of the crop for the giraffe. This is really what they're looking for, and obviously why we've got a whole horde of giraffe in the area here. So the giraffe will try and eat around those thorns if possible. They don't really want to ingest those thorns if they can help it. But they do have very hardened tongues, a lot of thick, viscous saliva that'll help to line their tongues, line their mouths and things like that as well. Alright, there is our next one. And if you have just managed to join us, I'm so glad that you can be here. You've joined me here at Kariega. I'm Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist for today. And we really had a beautiful day of a little bit of this and that. It has been quite warm, quite humid here. So we've had some buffaloes mud wallowing here at Kariega. Rolf from the Eastern Capes also had some similar type of weather at Amakhala. He's had the 3 amigos. And Trishala has had a few little springbok, had some Abdom storks, and even had some zebras up in Okuku at Namibia. And we've just got to this beautiful journey of giraffe here up in the more northern reaches of Kariega. But remember, if you do have any questions, any comments, send them in. We'd love to hear what you're thinking, what you'd love to see. If you've seen anything that maybe I haven't seen, somebody the other day saw a jackal running across a herd of buffalo that I'd never seen. So that was very helpful. The more eyes and ears that we've got, the better. Similar strategy to the animals. Lovely to get up close and personal with this giraffe. You can see with the positioning of his head, like that kind of tilting his head down, we can see he's got those thick ossicones, those thick horns there, telling us that he's a male. He's still quite a younger one, this one. You can see he's still got bits of black hair around there. And I'm sure a lot of us are aware of differentiating the sexes by the horns. Remember, the females have those long tufts of black hair on top of the horns, whereas the males are usually bald. So he's a younger boy, this one. Earth lover, 100%. He's got some beautiful striking colours on him. Nice dark tail. Relatively whitish as well, looking from this angle. Quite pale. You know, obviously there's going to be individual differences from one giraffe to the next, but as a general rule of thumb, males tend to get darker as they do get a little bit older. I mean, we did just say he is a younger male, so maybe he'll continue to darken out a little bit. As you can see, he's taking full advantage of all of these acacias in the area here. So in terms of what he'll be doing, he'll more be trying to move his lips along the little branchlets, trying to strip off as many of those little leaflets as he can do, leaving those thorns behind and leaving the main sort of little branchlet there as well. And they've actually got really nimble little lips, moving their way in and out of all of these different thorns. Yes, Boyki, we're talking about you. You can see how he's going from bush to bush, just weaving his way along as he feeds. Vivian, in terms of, I assume you're talking about my camera settings. Obviously the actual camera and lens that I'm using is the same. In terms of settings here, so I'm shooting now at ISO 400 because it doesn't need to be all too high. Obviously it's daylight, it is, you know, a little bit darker because of the cloud cover that we've got. But in this particular scene here, I'm shooting at 5.6, f5.6. and I've got a shutter speed of a 400th of a second as well. So here I'm shooting at 5.6 aperture or f-stop because there's a lot of plant material and stalks and things like that in front of me, between me and this giraffe. So I'm really wanting to blur that foreground out as well as the background. You can see there's a lot of shrubs and bushes there, but at the same time I wouldn't want to open it all the way wide up to f2.8 or f4. Just because a giraffe is a big animal, there's a lot of distance between the front of his face and his bum, his back legs, and I'm wanting to get all of that in focus if possible. So those are the settings that I'm shooting on. In terms of my autofocus, I'm just shooting on one shot at the moment. Because this giraffe is not moving very fast, I don't need to have that very fast tracking. You know, for something like maybe yesterday with those male lions that we had kind of running and chasing each other with the carcass and things like that, you know, where you need your autofocus to be shifting its position regularly. Here you can see this giraffe is moving, but he's pretty chilled. He's not moving hell of a fast. And obviously with these overcast conditions that we've got, it is beautiful in terms of we're not getting lots of deep shadows or anything like that today, which is helpful because, I mean, giraffe, in terms of getting a sort of a close-up portrait, they can sometimes come across as having quite dark eyes, almost like blackish eyes. So we don't have to worry about, you know, if you think about his skin tones, we were talking earlier now about how he's quite a palish, whitish giraffe. You can imagine if we had very bright sunlight on him, those white areas would be reflecting a lot of that sunlight. So we would then have to be quite careful that we're not losing any detail in those whites. So we would potentially need to underexpose a little bit then. But today we don't need to underexpose because the light is neutral everywhere. You see, he's quite alert, this giraffe. Strips off some of those leaves, chews away, lifts his head, has a good look around. There we go, and this is actually quite a nice angle now to see a combination of both this giraffe feeding and all of those thorns. You can see where she's feeding there. Oof! Oh no, it actually looks like it could be a boy. We'll have to wait and see when it lifts its head. But regardless of whether it's a male or a female, this is actually quite a nice angle here. I was talking earlier about shooting at f5.6. You can see bottom right hand side of the frame, we've got a little bit of vegetation, and this is really actually helping to make that giraffe pop. And it's actually quite a nice sort of scene here in terms of really showing the environment of where I am. There's lots of small shrubby bushes around here, and you can use those in your photography to try and help to isolate your giraffe. Just as long as it doesn't catch your eye too much. It's really a thing of trial and error. It's almost like there's been some type of communication with the group. Everybody all of a sudden seems to have started to move. Let me see if I can zoom out and show you a lot of these other individuals in the herd here. And keep an eye on that skyline. There's been lots of lightning strikes going on, so we might actually be lucky enough to see that. Look at that. What an absolutely stunning scene. Giraffe meandering across the open areas here. Nothing wrong with that. Jeez, there are heaps of them here. I haven't counted how many there are, but wow, I mean, there must be like at least 15 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 giraffe. This is amazing. So remember, in terms of giraffe communication, I think a lot of the communication is body language between individuals. You know, now all of a sudden everybody started to move quickly. Well, not quickly, but I mean decisively. And it wasn't like there was an audible type of communication. Remember, a lot of people do think that giraffes are mute. They don't make a whole lot of noise, but they definitely are not mute. They are capable of making noise. But a lot of the body language... Oh, no. I literally have just zoomed in to get you closer to this whole group here, and there's just been a massive bolt of lightning come down just to the right of where we've been videoing. You win some, you lose some. And you can see one or two slightly smaller, slightly younger giraffe in the group there. Fee, happy days. We are producing the goods for you here. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. I'm a firm favorite of giraffe as well. I feel like after a lot of the cats, when a lot of people come on safari, you know, everybody wants to see the hairies and scaries. But I feel like once that's been kind of half sorted out, giraffe and zebra are right at the top of the list. You know, giraffe is such a quintessentially African type of species. Oh, there, did you see that? Did you see that lightning strike? I've just been chuckling because it's been coming down all around the frame. There was one in the frame there, I think. I hope it came across. There's a little breeze, gentle breeze pushing across the area, which is quite delightful. It's been a little bit of a stifly day today here. And they've just got the most incredible view from here. I'll zoom out and show you the whole area where they're looking down upon. But from here, they can really scan down, even towards the Scotia Dam clearings where we were earlier. And from here, they can gaze all the way west, you know, towards the Zebra Plains area where we've been quite often, the Oxpecker clearings where we saw our 2 lionesses the other day, or our 3 lionesses the other day. I can see from here. It's a beautiful vantage point. Even you can kind of just see in the background there, it's nice and open. Oh, Morgan's telling me that the lightning strike did not come out on live TV. Alright, well, you win some, you lose some. We'll keep waiting. Maybe it was kind of just to the side of the frame or something like that. I really thought that we had it there. But it's been really cool. There's been lots of low rumbles of thunder today. Lightning strikes all around. chatting to some of the other rangers on the reserve. Apparently the forecast is for a bit of rain at 2 o'clock today. But we'll wait and see what happens. It's actually quite interesting to watch. The western horizon is opening up a lot, and I can actually see a bit of blue sky down that side of the world. Eagle lover, 100%. We're not here to mess around. We're here to bring you the real McCoy, the real groups of giraffes. I'm so happy that we could bring this to you. Look at that. That is absolutely incredible. So in this direction here, we are looking towards the coastline. So it's not the clearest of days, but that will be the ocean right in the distance down there, and Kenton-on-Sea just in front. So those giraffe really have an incredible view from here. So remember, we've got the two river systems. The Kariga River, closer to where we are here, will wind its way all the way from here down towards Kenton in the distance there. Yoshi, I'm so glad that you're enjoying this. This is a really peaceful scene. Giraffe are just peaceful, graceful animals, in terms of the way they walk. Very long strides, gliding almost as they walk. And you never really see an upset giraffe, sometimes you see two males, necking each other, trying to assert dominance over each other, but I mean, that's quite normal. Certain other species you can really see sometimes animals are just having a bad day. You think of a male elephant, how often you find a bull elephant who's just an unhappy camper with life. But not so much with giraffe, they're very, very peaceful animals. And it's been amazing to have them so close to the vehicle, feeding, doing their thing, watching them kind of picking off a lot of those different leaves and things like that from our acacia species. And to see how all of a sudden the group made that decision that, alright, it's time to go. And now they're starting to move off over the slopes down there. So nice to spend a bit of time with such a big group as well. It's not often that we get to see such a big group. Remember, with giraffe, they don't have a set herd structure. It's not like a set structure like a pride of lions, of where the composition of that pride stays, pretty solid, other than, male takeovers and things. Remember, giraffe have got a lot more of that temporary type of association where the herd structure changes very often. Today we counted 14 giraffe. My most that I've seen here at Kariga, 24 giraffes. Tomorrow it could be down to 6, this group, who knows? Matty, 100%. These giraffe really are reading the script. It is absolutely amazing. Look at that view that giraffe has got there. So in terms of the position of where they are, we can see they're starting to walk further south. If they continue in that direction, still for quite a distance, maybe another sort of 800 meters or so, there's a beautiful big clearing, and in the center of that clearing there is a nice big waterhole. I mean, imagine if all of these giraffe had to go down there and have a drink. Imagine 14 giraffe spreading their legs to the side, balancing themselves, and putting that neck all the way down and having a drink. I'm going to reposition, see if I can stick with this herd of giraffe and we're going to take you across to Amakhala with a secretary bird.
Well, we've come to the area where we are pretty sure that there is a nest for these secretary birds. We don't see the two youngsters that we saw yesterday, but we found the adult hunting. So, the Sagittarius serpentarius, the archer of snakes. Are we going to get to see it get a snake? It's nice and warm, so the potential is there. We'll have to just wait and see. And it's a lot closer today than it was in the last few days. Magnificent birds, and awesome to see it out on the plain hunting. I'm probably going to have to turn soon because you're going to get the pole, and we're also hearing the black wildebeest vocalizing. Tell me when you hit the pole.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to roll back, try and swing. Might be a little bit bumpy. How does that, is that good for now? There come the babies. They're on their way to come and get some food from mom or dad, I'm not quite sure. Here they come. Patience paid off again. Watch, they're probably going to feed. Looks like she's going to regurgitate whatever she's fed on. He, she. It might be a process. Let's see what comes out. Oh, one's got something there and trying to dominate it. There comes some more. And they'll be fighting over it. Yep. That's crazy awesome. You might be able to hear them vocalizing as well. That's it for now, chaps. Mom or Dad's got to go off to get some more. Off he goes. Leaving the youngsters to be patient like us. Come on, you two, get some food of your own. Are you fighting with the pole again?
Yeah,
Okay, let me just turn again, and we may even go down the hill just a little bit closer, because they're nice and close now, so just hang on. Because this is awesome. And these individuals seem a lot more relaxed around the vehicle than the other nesting pair with their youngsters, so I'm not so worried about us. Let's just see if we can get down here. They're racing after the adult, so we'll do the same. Just don't want to disturb them. You see, they're a little bit concerned with us, so let's just stop right there. Running off down the hill. Lunga Lover, it seems it's not only your favorite, there's quite a few people that really appreciate secretary birds, and it's nice because they're active at this sort of time of the day. This is when the reptiles will be active, and so they take or make the most of it in the heat of the day when reptiles will be moving about. So this is the best time for them, and that's why I thought everything else was a little bit quiet, everybody going for the shade, and so we thought we'd come here and see if we could get lucky, and that's exactly what's happened. Now I'm going to just carry on down the road again, because these guys are running off down the hill there. So our vehicle's not going to start, so we're stuck right here. I'll give it a few more goes. Let's see. Yeah. How's that for timing? Anyway, let's sit here and see what happens. Because we know this is the spot. The adult might keep flying back up here. There's a nest in this thicket just off to our left. I see the adult has gone down to the waterhole for a drink. I think the two juveniles have realized that, and are not sure why they're not flying and making use of their wings, because they can fly. Maybe they prefer to run. It's nice when the wind blows from the back as well, and then it flares their crest. With a zebra in attendance. Disappearing in the grass there a little bit. If they spot anything while they're running there, they'll also go for it, but they, for now, prefer to sort of just leech off of the adults. It's easy food. Oh, there we go. One's gone to the wing. So, this is one of the places that I think we're going to be revisiting on many an occasion. And it's not the only place that you do find secretary birds. One of the places that they frequent the most is in Etosha.
We're back at Okakoyo just having a look. I was hoping maybe, Ralph has been inspiring me. You guys were looking at the secretary birds and he was talking about reptiles being really active at this time of the day. And I was also thinking about reptiles. I thought it would be nice if we saw some terrapins, maybe a tortoise, maybe a snake coming down to drink. Gosh, that would be lovely. I feel like these Abdon stalks are getting very warm. All that dark color. Definitely going to be absorbing lots of light, heat energy. It's going to make them quite warm. But remember that they can really easily cool down. They've got those nice long legs that are bare and also spread their wings to cool themselves down.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Mataya Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
slowly making their way. What's really nice, I guess, also a little bit difficult for us with the camera, is that a lot of the rock and sediment here is very light colored, probably due to a good amount of clay and other minerals that are in the rocks, which means that it reflects a lot of light, which can sometimes be blinding, especially if you are in person in an area like this. And for the animals too, it could be a little bit harsh, but what it does is it radiates a lot off away from the ground. So you're not going to get heat that is trapped and being absorbed by the darker colors. And remember that when they're walking, sometimes I think of the way that we walk. If we had to walk without shoes in this area, and you think, oh, it's going to be so hot. But essentially, these zebra are wearing shoes in form of hooves. So they're not going to get much feeling there. It's the same as you not getting too much feeling on your fingernails. Anyway, we are going to try to sort out the camera here, and I'm going to send you back over to Nick. He's got some zebras. Yay!
Our journey of giraffe is still kind of slowly cruising over that little ridge line that we last saw. This is one of the slightly younger ones that we're having a look at. Everybody else is still kind of on the right hand side of where we are. So we'll wait and see if everybody decides to come across and join this one. But a beautiful sort of scene of the landscape in the background here. This little youngster just getting its midday feeding session on. And you can see pretty alert. It's got its ears front facing there, gazing around. There is a blesbok down in the distance, and I'm sure that this is what this giraffe is watching. It's kind of walking through a lot of the shrubs and things like that. And it's just beautiful and still now. In the distance I can hear some Cape turtle doves calling to each other. And nice symmetrical patterns on this giraffe as well. You know, you look from different individual to different individual. Everybody's got a slightly different sort of type of coat condition and pattern and things like that. This one you can actually see the overall sort of spacing of the sort of the blocks itself on the body and going all the way up the neck there. Very small little white markings between the blocks. You know, you look at different individuals and those white spacings are a lot thicker, a lot more prominent, even a lot whiter almost. He's got quite a sort of a uniform rufous brownish color pretty much all the way on the top of that upper body, but quite symmetrical though as well. You look at some giraffes, they've got very asymmetrical types of patterns, quite jaggedy patterns almost. I prefer the more sort of symmetrical type of pattern, but that's just myself. But it's amazing how the whole group, all of a sudden, they decided to move. And everybody started moving as one sort of collective unit. And now it seems like everybody's just stopped. Everybody's taking it easy. There are still plenty of these acacias around here as well. Casey, that's a good question. No, it'll be different from every giraffe to every giraffe. Every giraffe will be unique. So it's not to say that every single block will have 4 different corners or 5 different corners. It'll be very different for each individual giraffe. But there's a beautiful silhouette of one of the giraffes here. Let me see if I can bring this to you quickly. Look at that. That's awesome. You can see we've got 1 or 2 little birds flying around here as well. So you can see how earlier on in a few of our other segments we've talked about subject separation. You can see how good the subject separation is here, how clearly and well defined that giraffe is. So remember, in terms of your composition for a photograph here, you want to give space for that giraffe to look into. So you can see we've got this giraffe on the third to the left hand side, and also give it a bit of space because it is a tall animal. You don't want to have your camera getting a lot of the sort of the darker foreground and not too much of the giraffe itself. And you can see here how simple this type of picture is, how it really works. It's easy on the eye. Your eye flows from right, at least from left to right, and it's just a overall simple and easy picture to look at. Whereas if I pan to the side, you'll see now it's still a beautiful scene, but it's a lot more sort of complicated and almost a bit choppier with lots of different individuals here. You can see here, this is still it's a beautiful scene, it's a lovely scene, but there's just not as much of that subject separation like we were talking about. You can see there's kind of heads going all over the place. Most of them are kind of looking to the left hand side. We've got one looking towards us, one looking back to the right, so it's not as easy on the eye. But you know, every scene doesn't have to be a photographic scene. You know, a lot of the time it's really nice to kind of just sit here, just watch, just enjoy. Look at the difference in the thickness of the horns of those two in the center of the frame there. One on the left's got a lot thicker, chunkier types of horns. There are giraffe everywhere. Just kind of scanning around here. That blesbok that I saw earlier is not anywhere to be seen, and there's nothing behind me. This giraffe in the center of the frame. He's having a stare down. He's having a staring competition with me. He is not backing down either. Yeah, off he goes. That's what I thought, my friend. Yeah, come to have a closer look. Investigate a bit closer. So remember something like our lions did have to walk past that we saw yesterday. You know, any type of predator, if it had to walk past here, we again wouldn't hear any type of vocalization amongst these giraffe. We would just see all of them starting to stare in the same direction. More than likely we would get them grouping together, you know, consolidating as a closer unit. Because at the moment, you know, the others we've panned to the side from where we're looking now. There's a lot of others on the left and right hand side. And they would kind of group together and they would stare in the direction of that predator. You know, often even going a little bit closer to investigate and see, you know, hey, what's happening here? Because also, I mean, if you've got 15, 14 giraffe together, it's quite an intimidating scene, I guess, if you're something like a shy and elusive leopard. I mean, very hard to find those animals here at Kariega, but they are around, they are about. Watching the giraffe kind of silhouetted like this makes me think, years ago I was in a reserve and I went for a little bit of a stroll in the bush, and I'm going to say off the bat, I probably shouldn't have done this, but I did. Anyways, you know, we live and we learn. And I started to feel a little bit sleepy, so I thought, geesh, this tree looks like it is the spot. Let me just go and sit under this tree and just take a little rest for 2 minutes, you know, have a little sip of water, just regain my thoughts and things like that. Because I'd been walking for a while. I'd been walking for, you know, I'd already been walking for like 5 days. It was part of my training of what I was supposed to be doing and learning and whatnot. And that tree just looked like it was the spot to be. It was a nice, thick canopy cover, so it had good shade. Anyways, I ended up falling asleep under this tree. And I woke up with the feeling of being watched. So it's like, oh, nodded off to sleep without even realizing it. And I opened my eyes and there was about like 12 giraffe, 15 giraffe, somewhere there, like a similar number to what we've got here, closely huddled together. And they were close, they were not far away from me, they were probably only like 20, 25 meters, and all of them were just staring at me. I don't know if I'd been snoring or what was happening, but all of these giraffe were just having a good look at me. And to this day I look back and I have a chuckle. It wasn't what I expected. I wasn't expecting to fall asleep either, but these things happen. Actually, I took a picture. Still got this picture. Not the best quality picture in the world, but it triggers a whole wave of emotions. Good times. So interesting to see the different tactics in a lot of the different species of animals today. We saw our buffalo earlier. Their agenda really seemed to be kind of settling down in the mud wallows. These giraffe have stopped pretty much right on top of the slope, on top of this ridge line. There's a nice breeze coming across here. They've got a good vantage point all over the place. Remember, they're ruminants, so they don't have to actively keep feeding. They can kind of regurgitate a bit of food, keep gleaning some nutrients from that. And they seem to have their Monday pretty sorted here. There are one or two further to my left hand side that have sat down now. They are taking it easy, settling down. Little shake of the neck there, maybe to get a fly or two off. So we didn't see any oxpeckers with our buffalo earlier today. And I am just having a careful look from individual giraffe to different individual, seeing if I can spot any of them, but nothing so far. It's always a nice movement watching as those oxpeckers comb through that longer mane on the top of the neck there, looking to see if they can find any treats for themselves. Yeah, it's lovely with that one walking in the background there. Flexibility a lot of people would love to have. Look at that, arcing its neck all the way over like that. I must say I've never really been into yoga or Pilates or anything like that. Obviously when we had our lockdown throughout the country, you couldn't really get out and about too much. You know, you couldn't go for a run down the street, couldn't go to the gym. You could only really do whatever you could at your house. I kind of thought some of my family, they were doing a bit of yoga. They said, "Oh, come, give it a crack." And I always thought, ugh, you know, yoga. Oaks don't do yoga. Guys don't do yoga. Come on. My word, I was sweating. You know, you arcing your body in all these different angles, and you know, it's like you're holding these positions that are tough to hold for like 2 minutes at a time. I always thought, ugh, you know, yoga looks easy, man. Stretch a hamstring out or two. Tell you what, I did it. I think it was either 2 or 3 sessions, I can't remember. And that was that. I woke up the next day and I was so stiff. But I guess when you're something as tall as a giraffe, you've got to be naturally pretty flexible, you know, try and get to all those spots that are itchy.
Can you imagine a world without the magic of nature? Without iconic animals like the Big Five? Well, we can't. For 50 years, we have been dedicated to protecting your future and theirs. Help the Endangered Wildlife Trust to protect forever together. Your small change can make a big difference. SMS now to donate and tune in to Mix FM to win exciting prizes.
I zoomed in on this giraffe. I don't know if you saw, kind of zoomed out how it looks like there's a bump on its neck there. And I thought, there we go, there's our oxpecker. And it looks like it's actually another giraffe behind this one. I thought it was the silhouette of an oxpecker. There we go, you can see it's a mouth of a giraffe behind that individual. I thought we'd hit the jackpot there. We'll keep trying nonetheless. I really thought we had it there. Talking about birding, it still sounds like our red-tailed shrike up in northern KZN is still around and about for all of our birders, if you've only just managed to join us today. So red-tailed shrike, I believe it is the first recorded record of that specific species of bird in South Africa. So it's causing quite the stir in the birding community. You know, northern KZN has been producing quite a few little specialties at the area. You know, not so long ago there was the crab plover that was seen, which is a really good one for the area. Now that red-tailed shrike kind of looks almost like a juvenile red-backed shrike. Remember, the red-backed shrike is a lot more common, one of our summer migratory species that we get here. So it kind of looks relatively similar to a juvenile red-backed shrike, but like the name suggests, but with a bit more sort of reddish tinges and things like that on the tail. I saw a Instagram story from one of the people that I follow. They left Joburg the other day, I think like 2:30 in the morning, to try and get to the spot in northern KZN on time. You know, relatively early morning, so that they can try and get a bit of good birding in, and then they were driving back to Joburg the same day. That's commitment to the cause, my word. I mean, I enjoy my birding, but I'm not too sure if I would be willing to do that. And if you have just managed to join us now, I'm so glad that you could be here. My name is Nick, and you've joined me here at Kariega with a nice tower of giraffe. We've had a very productive day here so far. We've had a nice herd of buffalo, we've had a few eland, we've had 1 or 2 zebra. Rolf has just had a few secretary birds feeding the youngsters in Amakhala. So that's definitely really special to see. And Trish has had some zebras in Okukuyo. So we've really had a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We've been spending a good amount of time with these giraffe here. Been kind of slowly moving across this open clearing here. It looks like potentially everybody might be getting on the move once again. How beautiful is that backdrop that we've got there? So in terms of collective nouns of animals for giraffe, you might have heard of 2 different words, a tower and a journey. So as far as I understand, I may stand to be corrected, but from what I understand, a tower of giraffe is generally the collective name or noun given for when they're kind of static like they are here. And when they're moving, it would be a journey. Yeah, you look at something like a hippo. Hippo's also got two. You know, you look at a pod of hippo, a raft of hippo. What else might potentially have two? A confusion of wildebeest and plausibility of wildebeest. But, I mean, with saying that, I feel like most of the species that we have just have one collective noun, which kind of makes more sense to me. I don't know if whoever comes up with these nouns are just trying to catch us out or what the story is. Maybe similar to all of our birding and bird names and things like that. You know, they're forever changing not the collective noun of birds, but I feel like they're forever changing bird names, family names and things like that. You think of your lory, which everyone is quite familiar with if you're in Joburg. Your grey lory is your favourite friend. You know, your lories are now, think of your turacos. You know, it used to be like a purple crested lory, now it's a purple crested turaco. You know, you look at something like a yellow-throated petronia. That's now a yellow-throated bush sparrow. The other day, I'd actually forgotten that it had changed to a bush sparrow, and I was trying to look up that Petronia in the bird book, because I'd spotted this Petronia, and I was with a group of other people, and I said, no, it's a yellow-throated Petronia. They said, no, man, it's rubbish, you know, it's not. I said, yeah, have a look, it's got this. I said, I'll show you in the bird book. And obviously I opened the bird book up, and I went to the index page to look for the family name, and I looked all the way under P, and there's nothing for Petronia. So I thought, what is happening here? So then I went to the back of the book where it's got each individual name, and Petronia wasn't there. I said to the guys, there's no Petronia in the bush, in the book. I said, I told you there's no such thing as a Petronia. I said, guys, I am 100% sure this is a yellow-throated Petronia. Then I went and I had a good chat with my trusty friend Google, and I figured out that it was actually, the name had been changed to a bush sparrow. Needless to say, the damage had been done by that time. But our younger giraffe that we were looking at earlier has decided that it's time for him to sit down. And there he is. So it's all got too much for him. He's seen everybody else is standing, ruminating. He's working smart. He's realized, let me just take a little siesta, take it easy on the knees, and just sit down and relax. A nice backdrop there. So you can see really going down into one of the relatively sort of shallow valleys that we've got here at Kariega. And you can see how a lot of the vegetation becomes a lot thicker there, which is quite normal, not just for the Albany thicket biome, but you think of all the different biomes throughout South Africa, all of your lower lying areas, your drainage lines and things like that. Obviously a lot more of your water will flow from the tops of the slopes down to those lower lying areas. Obviously a higher concentration of water and a higher water table, the water closer to the surface, creates good environments for a lot of different plant species to grow. So it wasn't too far away from where we are now, where one of the other guides, maybe it was only like a week ago or so, he actually found a caracal. It was on the morning drive. probably as the crow flies. Slightly further than I can throw a stone, maybe 500 meters or so. Yeah, he found this caracal in the morning and followed it for like an hour and a half. It was crazy. So I've been scouring the area ever since I heard that. I mean, I've only ever seen a caracal once before. Also here in the Eastern Cape, not too far away, at Addo Elephant, on an exceptionally windy afternoon. I'd seen pretty much nothing on the drive. We were heading back to camp, but we did have a beautiful sunset. The sun was starting to go down, and we drove past this caracal, and something just caught my eye, like a very dark ochreish color, and just a little bit of movement caught my eye, and I kind of snapped my head back to have a look, and right at the edge of this thicket there was this caracal that was lying down there, and it was on a family trip. I think my brother might have been driving. I said, stop, and we reversed and we went to go and have a look, and we had the most amazing afternoon light. It was like glowing, that golden hour hitting this caracal. Remember, caracal's that very beautiful dark orangey color with those long black tufted ears. We stopped the vehicle and we've been watching this caracal for about 30 seconds. All of a sudden, a group of doves flew past. I can't even remember what type of doves they were, but these doves flew past. Obviously they didn't know this caracal was there. And if you know one thing, caracal are acrobatic. They are athletes. Talking about Pilates and yoga, I mean, that's nothing to them. They are incredible animals, able to jump high, 3 meters, no problem. Anyways, these doves came flying past. They were cruising. It wasn't like they were just flapping slowly. They were sending it. And this caracal launched itself like 1.5 meters, 2 meters in the air. You know that classic like Jonty Rhodes type of jump where he's got like one hand up and he just milks the ball in the middle of his palm? That's exactly what this caracal did. And it swatted this thing to the ground one time and grabbed it with its jaws. And from there it ran back into the thickets. It was the most unreal sighting. Collectively only like a, 1.5 minutes, 2 minute sighting or something like that. But short and sweet, producing the goods. So that is the only sighting of caracal that I've had. A pretty stellar sighting, as a first time sighting. And I'm definitely keen to try and find another one if I can. Trish reckons no caracals will ever do Pilates. 100%. When you are a natural at something like that, there's no ways you're going to have to do anything. It's amazing when you think of all of these predators out here. You think of lions. Yesterday we were lucky enough to see those lions make a kill. But you think generally how lions will go for 3 or 4 days without making a kill. And often because they are opportunistic, they might even be resting and all of a sudden an unsuspecting prey species walks past that hasn't seen them. And the instinct to be able to kill whatever it is kind of kicks in for whatever predator it might be. And it's amazing that they don't pull any muscles or anything like that. You never see a lion with like a pulled hamstring. Anyways, that's a story for another day. Let's take you across to either Okukuyo or Djuma with Trishala.
So many zebras. More and more and more coming down. Gosh, I don't know how many zebras we've seen all together today, to be honest. Feels like there have been tons of them. Oh, we've got some teeth showing at the back there. So zebras have a harem system, so there's only one stallion and he collects several females. So we might be looking at we might be looking at several herds, although they won't usually hang out together happily if they have several dominant or very aggressive stallions together. But at the end of the day, oh, maybe maybe exactly what we were talking about has been happening now. Maybe there was one that came in moving its head quite a bit. It's quite an aggressive movement. So maybe we have two different herds and two separate stallions. So this is the ideal situation for a stallion to see a filly in another herd and decide to collect it for himself. Something that is quite aggressive in nature when two stallions come together. One stallion will fiercely defend the filly in its herd, while the other one will very aggressively try to kidnap her, for lack of a better term. Look at the color of the water as it's being kicked up as well. You can see that there's a lot of algae in it. Probably a combination of different types, because they're reflecting light a little bit differently. I see kind of hues of red every now and then, some yellowy greens as well. But definitely a lot of life in this water. Even on the backs of some of the zebras, you can see the color, the color of the water. Let's just take us out a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit shaky. Very shaky. I do apologize for that. Again, we have the zebra streaming through on the right there. Oh, these abdomen stalks all over the place. Looks like we have some kudu on the left as well. Having a bit of a drink. These abdomen stalks have created such a defining ring around this waterhole. It's amazing. And these zebras, there's almost no space for anyone else who comes in. And there will be fierce competition for a resource like this in an arid area. And even still, these animals manage to coexist quite happily. Of course, it's not always this way, because resources affect survival, and once survival is threatened, any animal is bound to show some kind of aggression. Just a lovely scene to watch. So clearly there are separate herds here. Usually herds are not giant, you're not going to get 30 individuals in a herd. Although sometimes it can happen, especially if there are sub-adult calves or foals within a zebra herd. But a stallion has to also make sure that his harem is still small enough that he can manage to keep all of them for himself. If it gets too large, then he can easily lose fillies to other stallions. So you don't see massive, massive herds of zebra, as in owned by a single stallion. But they do congregate, especially in areas where there's good feeding and where there's a good amount of water. For example, when they're migrating, you're going to see thousands and thousands and thousands of zebra. But those are all separate little herds. And when it comes to moving towards a resource, which is important for all of their survival, it doesn't really matter if they have to come into contact with many other herds, because they're all going to the same place that is essential for their survival. And I think that's sort of what we see here. They're all coming down to this resource, and so they're bound to aggregate like this. I love how there's this random springbok quite close to us that are kind of patrolling the edge of the water. And I think quite curious about the Abdom storks. Now, these Abdom storks hang around this area very often. Every time I look here, there's some Abdom storks. So they're used to each other, the springboks and these storks. But it doesn't mean that they won't be more curious. Sometimes of the day, maybe more than others. And I've seen it with lots of animals. I've seen it with wildebeests and birds. I've seen it with penguins and Egyptian geese. Animals have a personal space, even if they're very used to other species. As soon as they come into that personal space, then they get a little irritable, maybe a little bit aggressive, and that's because they can't predict what another species is going to do, even if they appear to us or we, with our knowledge, know that they're going to be harmless. It's rather they react than not, and then the animal comes too close to them, and then they can't react to it, and now it's too late. Oh, there was a little bit of a spook there. Zebras are so fierce. They can be so aggressive, really protective, but they can also get spooked really easily. Anyway, let me send you back over to Nick and his giraffes in Kariqa.
Okay, back with our restful giraffes. Haven't moved too far. It was interesting. I mean, they really seem to have made a decision that they wanted to cruise earlier. And now not so much. They've really stopped their feeding. So these are the only two, this one that we're having a look at and the one just on its left-hand side, that are lying down. Everybody's kind of up, standing still. Quite a lot of them that have actually started to move around and do a little bit of active feeding. You can see we were talking about patterns and things earlier. This giraffe, you can see, has got a lot more sort of asymmetrical patterns.
Calling all Wild Earth explorers, we have a brand new prize for you to win. The lucky winner will jet off to the magnificent Amakhala for an incredible 3-night stay for two at the Hlosi Game Lodge. Unwind surrounded by the natural music of the wild and enjoy daily safaris from an open vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer and you could be heading off to this unforgettable safari destination.
these more sort of open areas here, it will be quite common to see our chin spot batis, maybe even a African stone chat if we're lucky. I did actually manage to see a Woodward's batis the other day, which is not here in Kariega, but it was definitely a good one to see. They're quite secretive birds, not the easiest birds in the world to try and find. I did a little bit of a birding trip all the way up onto the border with Mozambique. I got nice Woodward's batis, scaly-throated honey-guide, Radzapalus, which was a good one. Sounds like his call's like a little machine gun. That was a nice one to see. Eastern Mikata. I did go in the search of the infamous Pell's fishing owl. But I was not successful. I tried, but it's my nemesis bird. There was just simply too much water around. In the areas of where we usually go for a walk to try and find it, it was just absolutely swampy. There was no ways that you could walk there. So I'll keep searching. I'm sure at some point in time, hopefully in the near future, I'll be able to find one. But it has been an amazing day here at Kariega. And not just at Kariega, but from all of our different locations. Seen some really good stuff. And if you haven't been able to join us for the whole show, not a problem. We do have your back. You can catch our best bits and all of the little highlights and things like that on our app. You'll be able to catch the best of the best. From the morning safari, from escape to nature, all of it. I think our giraffe look pretty happy and content where they are here. But as we do start to head towards our sunset safari time, stick around with us. You never know what we might get. Talking earlier about Pell's fishing owl, if any of you have seen a Pell's fishing owl, I am very jealous. You guys have got a big leg up on me. That's like my nemesis bird. Yeah, some of the really good areas are Okavango Delta in Botswana. Remember, they like that very sort of slow flowing water. So plenty of areas to look for them up there. But in terms of here on Kariega, my nemesis bird that I'm looking for still is the Knysna woodpecker. Heard him calling, haven't seen him yet. My time will come. Patience is key. But to everybody who has joined us today, thank you so much. Matty, 100%. It is. It's been a beautiful escape to nature here at Kariega. I'm glad that you've enjoyed it. I hope we've managed to bring a little slice of paradise to you on this Monday. And that hopefully you've learnt a thing or two. It's definitely been an entertaining day here at Kariega from all of the different species getting up to their antics. So we'll wait and see where our giraffe do end up. I'd imagine before our sunset safari starts, hopefully they'll move to that waterhole. But we will wait and see. Hopefully we will see you there later. Thanks again, everybody.